All right. Hey, hiya, Lancers. All right, let's switch from the stream starting screen to something a little bit more aesthetic. Ah, here we go. Hello. Just gonna double check something. Yeah, it's all working. Cool, cool. Hey there, Drowberry. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Yeah, so let's turn the music down just a little bit more here. Here we go. All right, so today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. So, today we're going to be doing an art stream, which is going to be different from the usual stuff I do, which is normally, well, play games about giant stompy robots. I recently got some pretty bad news from work, so it kind of lit a fire under my ass to actually make the plunge to dive headfirst into artwork and streaming and such. So I'll be taking requests from chat. So any ideas? In fact, let's go ahead and bring up that screen right here. All right. So basically, we are going to be doing art. And oh, I just realized something. There's something weird going on with my mic. Hold on, let's fix this a little bit. I've been kind of fussing with the settings here. It's all sorts of scuff. Okay, let's put on something a little calming here. Hey, Layla, who is in chat and totally not sitting right here in the same room, right across from me.
No idea what you're talking about.
No idea. No clue whatsoever. Yeah, so today we're going to be doing quite a bit of art. So first off, let's get this chat box somewhere a little bit. Oop. Tell you what, I'm going to move you guys right down here. All right. How's the music? Not too loud? Yeah, so we're going to be doing art, and I'm going to be taking requests. Don't mind the scuffed hand tracking at the moment. It does not want to play well with the stylus. It's fine if I don't have anything in my hands. It's able to register all of my fingers just fine. But the moment I pick up a stylus, it doesn't know how to react. So the only real rules is to mostly just basically keep it kind of PG. Just request anything. I don't do drawings of real people, just because that gets really weird really quickly, speaking from experience. So, anything from characters, random ideas, like for example, cats and top hats. I'll even draw some big stompy robots if people want to see some of that. And that's really about it. Space Dandy's pompadour on a Nelson frame. Banana mech. Okay. So, OCs are fine so long as there are references you can give. For the most part, we're mostly just going to try to keep it to to basically like word prompts, but you know, listen, I'm an artist. If you have references, I can do just about anything. So, for example, with the Nelson mech, let me see if I can pull up a... I'm just going to pull up a Nelson mech on my other monitor here. All right, so before I dive into the Nelson mech, we're going to do the banana mech just because we need something for scale. I think links should be allowed. So, we're going to start with the banana mech. So, we're going to do... How would one make a banana into a mech? Ah, hold on. Let's see what we can do here. So, of course, we're going to start off with the basic shape of the banana. Now, I could do something a little bit cliche, right? And I could just throw on a... I could throw a banana body on here and then throw on a nice little bit of mechanical shoulders. Let's see if we can actually get some more three-dimensionality here. There we go. Oh, no worries. We're going to be doing this for a good while, so take your time. And you know what? Because this is a mech, we need to give it some Kamina shades. Ooh, let's have a look at... Let's have a look here. Just gonna quickly open this link. Let's see what we got. Yeah, this bird will be third in the order. Don't worry, I got you. Yeah, so the primary reason for this art stream is... I'm unsure of what my employment status is going to be, so I need to essentially try to get some emergency income coming through. Because at this stage, the smallest thing could get me fired from my current position for, like, honestly, the circumstances as to why I'm in a situation like this is actually borderline illegal as fuck, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Like, we're talking discrimination. But I do not have the resources or the evidence to pursue a case, so I'm not even gonna fucking bother. But yes, let's do... Now, ironically enough, I don't really have too much experience drawing big stompy robots, just because I tried to avoid doing mechanical structures because it requires a very, very deep understanding of perspective in order to even do it properly in a timely manner. Actually, there's a better way I can do this. There is a better way. Hold on. Let's do some Control Z's here. So, instead of going head first into the mechanical stuff, let's instead cheat and do some slightly organic shapes. Here we go. And then let's see if we can get some kind of structure on here for the hips. There we go. Let's fake some three-dimensionality here real quick. It's amazing how much some little shadows can pull. And then for the legs, okay, so just trying to figure out a decent pose here. Then next up in the drawing order will be a Nelson with Space Dandy's pompadour. And then we have the OC request. Yeah, it's great practice, and it sort of helps push me out of a really bad art block I've been kind of stuck in for like the past several months. Yes, also, hello, kitty. Welcome to this emergency art stream. I hope everyone else is having a better New Year's. I would have had a much better New Year's if the news wasn't so bad, but hey, shit happens. C'est la vie. Such is life. Just gotta keep moving. Okay, so I'm just trying to get a basic shape of what the volume of the forms are going to be currently. So one thing I've always struggled with when it comes to drawing mecha anything is the fact that it requires rigid structures. And rigid structures, boxy structures, on top of that, tend to require perspective grids. And I hate drawing perspective grids. You have no idea. Listen, let's be real. Whenever you think a year is going to be good, it's not. It's really not. Like, honestly, I've noticed this one meme that has been going around that's like trying to have people go, "Hey, let's make 2026 the new 2016. Like 2016 was a good year." That's the biggest fucking psyop I have ever heard in my entire life. 2016 was hot garbage. It just seems better in comparison to the crap we're dealing with, but it was awful. Nostalgia is a dangerous poison. Okay, so let's see about getting some structures. Yeah, all of this is still the fallout. All of this is still the fallout from 2016. Okay, we're gonna add some structure here. Mechanical bits are difficult. Okay. So just so you can kind of like get an idea of what I'm trying to go for here with the arms. So with a lot of arms, they tend to be, well, like arms. One analogy I've seen used is like chains for like figuring out how bits of the limbs actually fit together. This is actually kind of a very common comparison for figuring out how arms sort of connect into each other. So you'll have the shoulder, then you'll have the bicep, and then you'll have the forearm that sort of pops out from that, right? And then you just sort of add fists. The trick is, right, is trying to figure out how to get this to look mechanical without actually going full mechanical. Yeah, that's exactly it too. Because basically the shoulder kind of leads into the arm this way, and it kind of creates this sort of zigzag shape. So normally what I like to do when it comes to mechanical arms is overly exaggerate the actual elbow cap. Because normally you don't see the elbow, but because this is a big stompy robot, there's a big armored plate on that joint to protect it. So if we do something like this with the arm, kind of cheat a little bit and use some language from action figures here. And then we will just flare that out, and then we have a good basis for a mech arm. Now, typically, on a lot of mechs, instead of actually having a shoulder, because a lot of times a shoulder on a mech is kind of a... Especially if you're going with, like, say, Gundam, they tend to be more boxes. They just happen to be boxes that are kind of set up a lot like this. So you kind of have like the joint sticking out there, and then it kind of comes down in a sort of attaches right there. And the whole idea is with this particular joint, because it's normally in like a ball joint kind of setup. So you pretty much have free movement through the ball joint, you know, rolling the shoulder, as it were. And then you have forward movement and backward movement from this joint right here. And then there's also, if you put a band right there, it gives the implication of rotation. So basically it allows the arm to do, hold on, if I can just get my tracking to work here. So that kind of rotation right there. However, it's greatly exaggerated in mechs because it's kind of hard to imagine a rigid arm that's still fully mobile when you're in a giant stompy robot. You kind of want, people kind of like the idea of an arm being able to twist fully back to do something. Personally, I think it's kind of I think it's a bit of a structural error. Anyways, so this is just a very quick mecha banana. Let's toss in some very quick details here. Just going to be very fast and loose with this. The whole point of this is just to like sort of warm up, sort of shake off any rust. No pun intended. And let's see if we can actually get some dimensionality into this arm here. So we're going to do something like that. So have that encroach there. Have that squared off to imply a joint, and then yeah, okay, so that is one little warm-up sketch right there. Now let's zoom in here real quick, and let's move you a little bit out of the way here. Let's move you right there. I kind of get into art tangents when I start talking about stuff like this, because I have so much knowledge about this and no outlet. Okay, so next up, we're going to be doing the Nelson with Space Dandy's Pompadour. So just going to quickly pull up a picture of the Nelson. Yeah, here we go. All right, so. I'm going to be doing a slightly simplified version of the Nelson. So I'm just going to quickly. Let's see if I can get a good pose here. So what I kind of want to do, right, as a pose, just using a quick gestural stick figure, I kind of want the mech to kind of stand like tall and confident, but have a let's see, let's do one arm holding a lance. And then let's have let's see. Let's have let's tilt the hips a little bit, actually. If you're ever wanting to get some nice dynamic poses, what you kind of want to do is kind of angle the hips and the shoulders a little bit. From here, you can kind of see all sorts of like different poses, such as running. You can get some stretching. Ooh, let's pull up the chat here. Yes, you can get some. Or not even stretching. You can just get like a nice relaxed pose out of it. But yeah, I'm getting sidetracked here. So, we're gonna be doing a Nelson mech from Lancer, which Nelsons are pretty iconic in their own right. With Lancer, there's this nice little... There's this nice bit of design when it comes to how they're set up. So they're kind of vaguely organic. Oh, I'm trying to figure out a good pose here. This is why you figure everything out with stick figures first. If it works in a stick figure, it will work. It will work with just about anything else. So one thing I kind of wanted to do, since we're kind of giving this Nelson a big old pompadour, is have the... So in Lancer, one of the sidearms you can get is a segmented knife. And just from the description of a segmented knife in Lancer, I kind of always imagine it being like the knives from Evangelion, where it's like it's kind of shaped like a giant box cutter with like the actual segments that snap off, which I always found to be really, really interesting in terms of a knife design, because normally in mecha, whenever they do like knife designs, it's always based off of like, say, a hunting knife, or like an army issued like combat knife in a sense. But never seen box cutter knives until Evangelion, which I thought was really neat, because it makes sense. It's easy to manufacture, and it would be quick to put together. There's some practicality to it. Yeah, no worries, Strawberry. Balatro do be addictive like that. Okay, so let's... Alright. You know what? I think maybe for this, we don't really need anything too flashy. However, as I'm getting the pose all put together, I did have an idea where instead of a segmented knife, you get a tactical comb. So let me copy image. Will it let me paste the image here? Yes, it will. Cool. All right, now you guys can actually see the reference I'm using here. Cool. So, before we do any of the big details, we need to block out the major forms. So the major forms, in this case, will be the chest. Oh, and you know what? Hold on, let me find a reference of Space Dandy. All artists need references. If anyone tries to justify not using references, just ask them to draw a horse from memory. That will shut that down real quick. Horses are weird. Very weird. They're like freaky aliens that we've just considered to be normal. All right, there we go. So these are our references here. Ah, I put that on the wrong layer. Okay, let's fix that. So we'll copy that. We'll paste that. We'll remove that. And then we will merge that with the layer below. There we go. Fixed. Oh, and I just now noticed the chat is in the way of the art. Hold on, let's move you guys somewhere. Actually, let's move you right up. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. Gurren Lagann was so good. Gurren Lagann was so good. With Gundam, Gundam's a little bit tricky. It really depends because there are multiple universes in Gundam. The mainline Gundam that most of the model kits are made for are for the Universal Century, which is like OG Gundam. And technically the newer series that's done by the same studio that did the rebuild Evangelion movies, and just like Evangelion in general, they have they actually recently released a Gundam series that's actually a pretty good jumping in point. Fair warning, the second episode is very exposition heavy. And that one takes place in the Universal Century, so the OG Gundam timeline. Gundam is like the Star Trek of anime, where everything gets really technical really quickly. Like, it doesn't start off like super technical. Like, it starts off as sort of like a big space opera, and where like the characters are kind of based off of, like, all the mechs are kind of based off of like suits of samurai armor and all of that. So like there's some fantasy elements, but it is like the codifier of the real mecha genre, because they figured out ways, because before then a lot of mechs were superheroes essentially. Funnily enough, you can actually say that fucking Spider-Man would be an early example of live action mecha in the super robot genre. Toei Spider-Man is so good. One of my favorite Gundam series though is easily G Gundam Fighters, just because I have some nostalgia around that. That was my introduction into the series, and it was insanely dumb. Gundam is a really good franchise. If you want a good standalone Gundam series, that's not really like tied to the whole deal, Gundam Wing, I know some people really love. There's also Iron-Blooded Orphans, again, its own separate continuity. And then there is, oh, what's another one? I had another one in mind, and I'm just drawing blanks now. Witch of Mercury, which is Gundam Yuri. Yeah, like, and it's not even a... Yeah, so Witch of Mercury, it's not even like a whole, oh, they're just good friends. You know, no. The... If I remember correctly, the inciting incident is a marriage proposal. An accidental one, but I'm pretty sure the protagonist just went, ah, fuck it, we ball, and just went from there. Hey, Urged, welcome in. We're doing some, we're just doing some artwork here. Some emergency art streams. Now, I normally try to avoid drawing mecha, if at all possible, just because I can never seem to get the proportions. Like, I'm so used to drawing, like, organic shapes that the moment I have to draw something inorganic, it completely throws me for a loop. But I need to actually start forcing myself to do stuff like this. Yep, doing requests. In fact, after I draw this Nelson right here, which, considering now that I'm starting to get into a good groove here, I just have to draw someone's... I just have to draw an OC, and then I will be going into even more requests. So, let's see. Just looking at this reference, so it looks like there's a little bit of, like, mechanical stuff here, and it looks like there's a neck guard on the Nelson for structural integrity purposes. This angle on the head is not going to work for this composition, so let's change that. Also, the head is not properly sized. Alright, just gonna quickly block this in. Oh yeah, I totally... Listen, basically just drawing requests. At some point, I do need to start drawing some designs for a sticker club for my Patreon, because that's the thing. I recently found out that well, I got some bad news from work. They decided to write me up due to some mental health reasons, and I was given my first and final warning, which, frankly, I found kind of terrifying. And it's also hella illegal. So yeah, I'm trying to basically drum up some emergency income here and trying to break out of this as soon as possible, because there's nothing worse than being at the mercy of a retailer that at any moment could just get rid of you. Alright, so just gonna quickly sketch in the Nelson's grill here. Oh yeah, definitely send me some, yeah, if you have references, drop the link in chat. I'll open them up in a separate tab, and then I will draw them out. So I think because the Nelson normally has a shield with a crest, I'm going to do a shield with the dandy star. Just kind of roughly do the dandy star. There we go. I still need to watch Space Dandy, actually. I heard it was hilarious. Okay. Just trying to be very fast and loose with this, trying not to get too caught up in the particulars here. Let's see. The one episode I did see of Space Dandy, I do remember there was just did not stop talking about booty. So instead of a shield crest, let's throw in a butt crest. Yeah. Space Dandy would be proud. Okay, so now I'm certain these are more of something about this design screams trade baronies or albatross. It's always interesting trying to see which faction the mech pilot in the artwork actually belongs to. Okay, we're not going to worry about any of the big details there. Just going to fake some technicality stuff there. Just going to quickly do that. There we go. All right. Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. Gotta give this Nelson the pompadour. All right, this is a pretty good warm-up sketch right here. All right, so I'm going to take full advantage of the fact that this arm is completely covered up by tapestries and regalia and all of that, just to quickly fill out the shape. Again, just going to basically, if you can get away with not having to draw anything super technical, especially if you're on a time crunch, there are ways to cheat, and cheating is a-okay. This, like, it's not like this is a game or anything. As long as you're not using generative AI, like, you're golden, honestly. There we go. just quickly... There we go. Just gonna quickly fill that in. Let's just suggest the idea of there being some technicals and internals and all of that. Just give the illusion of complexity. Cool, cool, cool. And I'm actually just going to cap it off with the forearm here, and then we'll call this a sketch, because we got the basic core of the shitpost all put in here. Whoa. Oh shit. Thanks for the follow, Dragon. I completely forgot I had alerts on. Oh. I'm glad the alerts work. They're pretty borked the last stream I did. Okay, so we're just gonna quickly... Just gonna hint at it being there without actually doing anything too major about it. Again, just going to hint at there being something more than there actually is. Then we'll also do that. Let's get some of the more fabric texture there. There we go. Just going to quickly hint at a cape, and then with the cloak sort of draped over like that, then we can just go ahead and put in the elbow cap. This part of the mech is more organic in shape. Roughly, anyway. Just gonna quickly, again, just hinting at the idea. Of hands. I probably should have made this a little bit thicker. There. Oh! Thanks for the follow, Urged. There we go. There we go. So that's... This is... Here's the Nelson from... Oh, I just realized. We need to have an additional crest here. Tell you what, we'll just cheat. We'll just do one of these. There we go. Just gotta trust the process. There we go. All right, so next up. All right, I'm gonna hide these. Yeah, ended up not doing anything below the belt, but again, we're just kind of doing this to warm up. Knock the rust off the joints. There we go. Okay, and then next up. Okay, so this one is going to be interesting. So, okay, so this is the reference I'm working with when it comes to when it comes to the OC here. Let's see. How am I going to tackle this? Yeah, so this is the reference that Drowberry gave me. So let's see what we can do for this. So let's back up a bit. Keep that there. I have no idea what that is at the top. Let's move this down. Just so it's just a little bit lower down. There we go. Yep, so steel and fire. I'm gonna do some exaggerations here. So let's see what we can do in terms of this design. So oh, hey, welcome, Jaybird. Doing as good as I can be. Just doing a emergency art stream, just to basically get things started to hopefully break out of retail. Just to get out of retail in general. Just no more retail. So, in that case, let's see if I can find... Aha! Okay, and let me find another reference here then. So we can kind of pull from both here. So let's see what we can pull from both of these. So, real quick, would you like it to resemble more like the original, or... Yeah, thanks. Let's see. Yeah, I do have I do commissions as well. They tend to start at I tend to start at about like 80 going upwards. And they do tend to be fairly quick. It really depends on what you kind of want done as a commission, because it goes by a piece by piece basis. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I need to actually make an updated commission sheet. That's very important. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, so... let's see what we can do here. So I'm already thinking of ways to like get, because I'm seeing in the original design they have like these really awesome, like really exaggerated primary limbs, so it gives like a 3-arm look. And then you have the talons underneath, so Oh yeah, I'll totally draw your Lancer character. Especially with the, because if it's the design I'm thinking of, that's something. Honestly, it'd be a lot of fun to draw. I need to draw more Lancer stuff. There's just so much. That's really hard. It's really hard when you want to draw Lancer art and you just think, all right, I want to draw something cool in Lancer. Where do I start? There's so much cool shit. There's okay, so I'm gonna do a 3/4 view here. We're gonna get a nice big shape here for the chest. Well, if it's a so let's see. Well, hopefully I can give you somewhere to start with my characters. Anyway, how much would it run me by? So like I said, my commissions start at 80, and these are like full, like $80. They start full body, with like a very simple background without any of the color added, and then like actual like colors and rendering tend to like add an additional like 10 to 15 depending. Backgrounds can add like an additional like 30 to 40. I'll have to like actually sit down and iron them out. I had a few commission sheets like way back in the day. Okay, so let's see how we can get this to sort of sit properly. I kind of want to do a mixture of both of these poses. So I kind of like the looming pose here, where it kind of gives like this nice big, like, kind of like they're sort of prey, or like they're like locked in onto a target. Listen, never down talk your own artistic ability by comparing it to someone else. It's not a good way to approach your art, because like there are a bunch of artists even at my skill level where I look at some artists and go, wow, that artist is so good, mine looks like dog shit. It's not a good mindset. Listen, when you get to a certain level, even like in your brain, you know all the flaws, you know the process that gets to your art, you know how you get to that end process. And because you know all the flaws, you are way harsher about it. But most people, when they see your art, they go, good art, go Burr. All right, so what I'm getting here is that listen, self-doubt is the enemy. Like, it is the worst. It is the worst. Because it blinds you to where you are in your art journey. All right, so I'm just going to quickly rough in where the hips are going to go. I'm going to quickly rough in. I always like to figure out two things. I like to figure out where the hips are and where the base of the rib cage is. Torsos are very important because everything is attached to the torso. Like the head sprouts out from the torso, the arms from the torso, the legs from the torso. Everything kind of just splits out. Oh, the Owl House finale was so good. It was so good. Cool. I will check my Discord here in a bit, Jay, in order to best have a look. So, I really do need to get a second monitor, one that isn't my tablet. It's all well and good when I'm like gaming and such, but the moment I actually need it for anything like art related, I'm suddenly down a screen. Okay, so for the head, let's quickly rough in where the head is. So if you know where the torso is, you can roughly figure out where the head is. And just judging from how it's sort of attached in the artwork here, it's kind of a swooping, kind of looming look about it. And let's get the middle line of the head here. So from there, we can kind of figure everything else out. All right, and before I add any of the major details, let's quickly block in where the hairline is going to be. There we are. So if I can get the face looking just right, everything else will fall in place. Back when I was still kind of like learning the basics, I learned from a bunch of YouTube art tutorials by Mark Crilly, like way back in the day. And he had this philosophy that I absolutely loved, where he always liked drawing the eyes first, because when he's able to look into the character's eyes, he wants to meet that character. And because he wants to meet that character, he's more motivated to draw them and complete them. So let's see if we can get those eyes in. Let's get those peepers. Okay. And then let's get the rest of that hairline in there. And then now let's get the sweeping horns in. Here we go. Horns are always tricky because they do always risk accidentally blocking good details, but sometimes you just have to be not so precious about any details you put in. Yeah, so fireball on the tail. Yeah, let's see if we can get that on there. So first off, let's quickly get that on there. And let's deepen those eyes a little bit. There we go. And then... oh, I need to listen to drum and bass more often. This is actually getting me in the zone. I'm in the flow state right now. Here we go. There we go. We'll get that flowing. Give it the illusion of flame here. Well, Dragon, if you want me to draw your OC, like by all means, send me some references, even smaller ones, and then sort of like give me kind of like an idea of like what kind of changes you want to see, and I'll go from there. All right, so now we're just going to draw a little bit of the little bit of the crust fur there. Thankfully, this character is wearing a bomber jacket, and I happen to really love drawing bomber jackets. Oh, if I can get my hands on like a bright green bomber jacket, I'd be happy, honestly. It's so hard to find bomber jackets, especially green ones that aren't fucking olive drab. I hate olive as a color. It's such a, like, ugh. And it's like, I get it. It's great for being tactical and all of that, but like I also really don't want to walk around looking like I wear army surplus on the day-to-day. I want bright green. I want vibrant green. I want leaf green. Forest green. Hell, give me Kelly green. Any kind of green. All right, so now we're just going to quickly rough in some wrinkles. I honestly, I still struggle with figuring out the wrinkles in cloth. I kind of have like this idea for like a flow shape where like you kind of have to do like these shapes where they're kind of it's weird. They're kind of like V's, but they don't quite connect. And I found sometimes you can accidentally stumble on some good clothing wrinkles this way. Case in point, what I did here completely by mistake. And then if you need to show form. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of olive drab green, mostly because it's the only green you can find. Like, I want something that's this green. I like this shade of green. If it's not the shade of green that makes people weep when they try to do anything with green screens, it's not my green. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I can fix that. All right, let's get rid of that little example there. Okay, so in that case... So here's the best part about bomber jackets and why I love drawing them so much. You can use the bomber jacket to establish a central line. There we go. And just like that, we have chesticles. So we'll just quickly fill that out. We'll get some folds that come out from below the arm there, because that's normally where there's like a lot of tension. Yeah, no worries, Urge. Sometimes you just gotta take a step back. Things get overstimulating. Alright, so before I continue onwards here... So, let's get a little bit more of this bomber jacket all figured out here. And then, looks like... Let's get that large shape on the back there. And let's actually have a closer look at that. So that looks like... Aha! A tank. Okay, I can work with that. And judging by how it's shaped, it's sort of like a back mount. It kind of has a propane tank kind of look to it. Yep, that looks like a propane tank, I tell you what. Alright, so let's go ahead and... throw in the metallic handle there. I think it's a handle. Hold on. Where's that? Oh, nope. I was zoomed out a little bit too far. Okay, let's fix that a little. So, actually, it's more of one of these where... Alright, so... let's just connect those. We'll add a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and then let's bring this out a little bit, and then we'll add the valve. And I'm just gonna hint at the idea of there being a valve, because it's not the focal point. And then we'll add flammable warnings. Alright, I'll have a look at that, Dragon. Let me quickly scroll up just to make sure there are not any messages I may have missed, because I did kind of go into a flow state for a second there. Okay, all good here. Cool. So yeah, that's a flammable warning right there, so quickly throw that detail on there. We can bring this back just a little bit. Yeah, close enough. Yeah, so then we'll go through here, add the little ribbing marks for Stretch knit fabric there. Excellent. All right. All right. So far, so good. So let's quickly get rid of that. Did I put this all on a reference layer? Yes, I did. I most certainly did that. That was definitely a thing I did. Okay. Then in that case, we will move you a little further. You know what? What am I doing? Copy. Okay, so we'll copy that. We'll paste that, and then we will delete that. And oh, would you look at that? It's no longer on the wrong layer. Mostly. So the art program I'm using is Clip Studio Paint. It's an older version of it because it's the version before they went onto a subscription model. I think you can still get Clip Studio Paint on sale. It's such a good art program. I do enjoy it. Okay. Let's extend the arms out a little bit because this character is a very kind of top-heavy design. Let's see, how am I going to attach these particular legs? So all right, and then I'm just gonna treat these like they're hands. So just gonna quickly block out the palms. Oh, Krita is a really good program if if you just want a good program that does literally everything that doesn't have a paywall behind it. Definitely Krita. The main reason why I use Clip Studio Paint, though, is because of this little feature right here. Hold on. So if I go, just to demonstrate, I will make I'll just make a quick vector layer here. Lower the brush, and then because Clip Studio Paint has some wild tools here that you don't think about, right? Until you see it in action, you're like, oh shit, take my money. And that is this right here. That simple thing. Like, the paint bucket tool in this has no equal. You just hold, drag. It saves so much time. You have no idea. You can drag. Watch. Hold, drag. Let's see. Hold on. I forget. Does it also work with raster layers? Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna see. Let's see if I can get this to work with a raster layer as well. So, again, going into the layer just beneath it. Yep, it works for raster layers! Oh, and And because it allows you to work with vectors, if you haven't quite developed your like confidence in line art, watch, I can show you this cool thing. So using a vector layer, I'm just going to quickly do this. And then I'm going to go in, just going to get in real close, and with my eraser tool, I have it set to, they have a vector eraser on it, and then you just drag right over it, and would you look at that? It's these little quality of life things that just it sells these programs to me. And ever since then, I haven't looked back ever since. Like, you guys don't get it. When you're like doing art, you don't, like, the worst thing people dread is using the paint bucket tool, because like it never works out properly. There's always at least like some weird edge, or there's like some weird artifact, and you have to go in and you have to spend like a solid 10 to 15 minutes like finding everything and like filling in all the gaps. Whereas this, you can just do most of it, and it only takes like maybe 5 minutes to do a little bit of cleanup if it doesn't work out perfectly. It's great. One thing about Clip Studio Paint, they tend to always go on sale, so I would actually keep an eye on the website. I think you can also get like email notifications or anything like that. But they go on sale quite a lot. And sometimes they'll be like, so it'll be like, oh, was $200, now $50. Oh god. Oh, thanks for the follow, Rose. Hold on, I just realized. Let me get this set back up, because I just realized there's a little bit of wonkiness with how I have my current setup here. That slap, that wakes me up like you wouldn't believe. All right, and then I'm just gonna go into my capture here. So is it? Aha! Aha! Let's go right here. There we go. There we go. Oh, and let's move a little bit. Woo! Okay, there we go. Cool. All right. Oh, man, this is gonna show my age, but like my first art program was OG MS Paint. Okay, so let's... And I mean like OG MS Paint, like before you could actually do any painting with it. It was just like a pixel editor. One layer. Okay, so let's see if we can get some of the wrinkles there. So this, I have to sort of approach how I do the legs here in reverse to what I normally do. normally when I draw legs, especially when they're like covered in jeans, so I typically do like this kind of shape right here. And then I just sort of like suggest where the knee is. And then when I go in with the clothing, I tend to like try to bunch it up a little bit right here near where the knee is. But see, I kind of have to work in reverse here because I'm having to also show, because like the front of the leg here acts like the back of the leg here, if that makes sense. You kind of have to like flip the leg around. Okay, so then I might have to actually just approach these legs like they're arms, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, actually, you know what? You know what? Hold on. Here's another little tip. Sometimes legs are just really long arms. All right, so then yeah, this is working out a lot better. Okay. So there's the mass of the forearm, and then all right, and we're just gonna like really exaggerate the talons because we want the talons to look nice and threatening. And they also give some good separation in the forms. There we go. I know I'm kind of just like referring to the pose in the official Pokemon artwork, but sometimes it's just nice having a pre-made pose you can work with here. All right, and now here we go. And then let's go ahead and hint at pockets. Sort of give it more shape, more form. There we go. And then we're just gonna have to bunch up the fabric near the bend. And then, and since these are more of like, these are kind of like flared out a bit, we can do this. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. So then, just gonna quickly finish off the talons here. And you know what? Because these are kind of... Since this one's sort of more sideways facing... Hang on, I can do that a little bit better. Hold on. So, since this is going to be a bit more sideways facing, I can actually combine two of these shapes together to create this kind of C shape right here. There we go. And then from there, let's see, we'll just quickly shade that in, just sort of show it's kind of like right behind. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And, ooh, actually, hang on. One last little change here. I end up spending a lot longer than I thought I was going to on this piece, but it's one of those things where it's an interesting design. It's kind of taking me out of my comfort zone a little bit, which is good. And let's see if I can actually do something a little bit more interesting with like how the arms are posed. Let's get some more form out there. There we go. And then because I do want to still keep like the kind of swooping nature of the pose, but I kind of want there to be a little bit more power, more threat. Let's see. No, that's not going to work. Problem solving. Let's have a closer look here. Regenerating propane tank. All right. Let's see. Just trying to figure out how the arm, because I'm trying to figure out how to get the arms to sort of frame everything as well. So now let's get the main volume of the arm all figured out here. Here we go. So then I've noticed in the design there's this sort of cool flame motif. This nice little flame decal here. There we go. Let's get that in as soon as possible, and also sort of gives us a method of sort of mapping out the 3D shape as well. So the design has a function. There we go. Ah, yes. Glorious Potassius. I will refine this mech. I can do better. Okay. So let's see, how many of these are there? 6. Okay, cool. Then in that case, since there's 6 of them, I just need to put the first and last one down, because then it's a lot easier to figure out how they're all spaced out. Never do things in sequence. Find the beginning and the end, and figure out the middle, animation style. Okay, so then let's get the rest of these on here. So if we get the middle in and the other one on here as well, then it should be easy to sort of like get the illusion of them all being completely evenly spaced out, despite the fact that they most certainly are not evenly spaced out, but your brain thinks they're evenly spaced out. There we go. Basically, our brains are designed to figure out and interpret complex patterns in simplified ways. All right, let's get the little tiny pilot lights here. There we go, on one end. There we go. Okay. Now we need to do the main talons. All right, what? Oh, okay. So, in that case... Alright, I'm gonna hide the... Yeah, I'm gonna hide that one. Don't need that one there anymore. So now I can just solely go off of the main design here. Alright, let's just rough in where the hands are going to be. Just very roughly figure out the shape of the palm. And then... Here we go. Let's try to make this look as nice and as dangerous as we possibly can. Get some nice volume on these shapes. And I might go back and shrink a few things down to make them a little bit more proportional. However, now we just need to get this last little bit here. Again, just gonna fill in the base shape here, and let's have a closer look at this thing here. This almost looks like a projectile, but it is a fireball tail, which is sick as hell, honestly. So, not really changing much in the approach that we're going here. Instead, we're going to go... Gonna give this that mechanical look. And because they're segmented, it gives us an opportunity to also define the form with a nice curve there, and then I think this is how it's supposed to go. Hold on, let's zoom in one more time. Yeah, okay, so then there we go, and then... Ooh, actually, hang on. I can get this looking a little bit more... Right, so instead of doing them individually, hold on, what the hell am I doing? Instead of doing them individually, let's treat it all like one big shape here. And because there's 3 of them, we just need to do the ones on the outside, and then the one on the inside there. So then we're just going to quickly fill this in. Remember, it's easier to draw one shape and divide it than it is to draw multiple of the same shape if you want it to all look symmetrical and like it's one big thing. And finally, we need to get this fireball shape here, which is actually not that difficult to do. So normally what I like to do when it comes to making fiery infernos is do a variation of... Basically, it's like, how do I describe this? So in comics, I think it was Steve Ditko, when describing energy, he basically used these sort of spherical shapes. Kind of like bubbles. And they've kind of been lovingly called, I think it's like they're either called like Ditko bubbles or Kirby bubbles. It's like from one of the two big, it's from one of the two big two. But yeah, so a lot of it is, yeah, pretty much freehand scribbling. But it's still like that same basic principle. Like you're still kind of defining forms and kind of like in a bubbly shape, because heat is still just energy. And surprisingly, Steve Ditko's approach to conveying something abstract such as energy works really well. So let's see if we can... Let's see if we can get this to all sort of... Throw in some in the actual stream there, just to make it not look so uniform. And then it's a smoke trail from there. And yeah, I think this is done. Just gonna add a little bit of shading on the little bands here, just to get a little bit of separation in the forms. Some very, very, very quick shading. And I'm using shading in the loosest of terms here. There we go. And just like that, your OC is now in the big collage. It does look kind of shocked, doesn't it? Just a little. Hold on, hold on, hold on. But yeah, there we go. There we go. Added to the rest of the sketches. All right, so let's clean up some of these a little bit. Let's see, where's... Ah, there they are. Okay, yeah, so we'll combine these two layers. There we go. And let's clear out some of these unnecessary... Some of these unnecessary references now. All right. Whose request was next? Let's have a look here. Yeah, by all means. If you have something silly, like... I'm taking requests, taking ideas. Let's see, I think... Hold on, I'm just gonna quickly check my Discord. Oh! Okay. Let's see... Alright, I'm just having a look at some refs real quick, because I think I know which one I want to draw next. Okay, let's try... Let's see, who wants to go next, actually? Because I have two of them here. Let's see, how about, was it Dragon... Oh. Hey! Farrell, thanks for the follow! Alright! Alright. Oh, wow, those sounds, they wake me up. Oh. Yeah, Urge, send the link again. Send the link again. I have some ideas of how I'm going to go about these. I have a really good idea of how I'm going to go about some of these. So, I think the next one I'm going to do is dragons. So... Is Unit 15 the mech, or their suit, or... Oh, no. Just sort of drop it in the chat and I'll pull it up. It's fine. Let's all keep it here in chat. It's just some people send me their refs through Discord. Which I really should add a link to my Discord in my... Hold on. I'm just gonna go ahead and drop a link to my Discord as well. I will need to add it to my about. Yeah, all right. So there's a link to my community Discord. It's still kind of being set up. A lot of this is kind of a lot of this had to be put together very hastily. So excuse the bare bones nature of it. All right, let's have a look here. Okay. All right, all right, all right. So I'm going to... All right, I'm just getting some refs in here. Don't mind me. All right, so... And I am actually going to bunch some of these up in their own little folders real quick, just to get some little organization, so I know who is who. There we go. And then finally, we're just going to get these refs all together. Pop those in their own folder. Cool. All right, so got some nice drum and bass going. Getting into the flow state here. All right, so let's see who we can get to go next in the order. Yeah, you don't need to be in the Discord. You can just drop the link here in chat. I can just open them up in my browser, and I can just copy them over into my art program, and we can get things all figured out from there. So, all right. So I'm going to, in the order, I'm going to go Dragon, Urge, then J. How's that sound? In fact, I will go ahead and write a reminder here. I'll write it here in the corner in ink, so... There we go. To be fair, there's not really like any structure to this. We're just kind of like winging it and just diving right in. Okay, so... Oh. Uh-oh. It's my antidepressant alarm. Remember, folks, take your meds. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, and... Okay, so let's scale this down. So this is a fairly good reference right here. I can work with this. So let's get a good look at this suit. So already I'm seeing some design elements I kind of want to focus on. So, like, real quick, The helmet is really cool. Let's do a G pen here. Yeah, so the helmet, that's cool. In fact, I can kind of imagine it being kind of a... Hold on, just to sort of like quickly... Just kind of doing a quick little exploration design here real quick. Let's see. It kind of has like that heartbeat monitor look to it. And judging from the ears... So the ear caps, those can easily be something like that. And the horns kind of look like they curl forward and back a bit. Horns are always tricky. So then... Yeah, so that's kind of how like I interpret the helmet there. So... Oh, I see. This is a back view here. So, in that case, this would probably be something if I were to put a little bit more structure on this. Be kind of like... So something kind of like that, right? Is that kind of like the ballpark you're kind of going for with that suit design? Cool. And because this is supposed to be a tail, this is going to be a little bit higher up. Because a lot of times tails tend to be like right where the lower back is. Because I noticed with tails, just gonna quickly like jot down a torso. So they tend to like gradually swoop out like so from like the lower back. Okay. So, for this design then... Oh, good, and now you guys can actually see how I draw humans. Alright, so first off, gotta figure out where the chest goes. Figure out where that's going. There we go. And so what I'm trying to do is make sure that the shoulders and the hips for interesting poses, if you were to take a line from where the shoulders are angled and where the hips are angled and you keep going, you would eventually want them to intersect. That means they're dynamic. That means they're actually shifting their weights. There's some physicality to it. Whereas if they're perfectly straight like this, it's kind of stiff. Very stiff. All right, so I can make this a little bit bigger, actually. You know what? I'm going to have this be a front-on view. All right, then we're just going to jot down where the head is. So we got the shoulders going this way. So let's get the hips going this way a little. I'm just going to quickly let's see. So I have this idea for a pose, because I want to get the best of both worlds here. So I'm just going to quickly rough in where the arm is going, and then I'm also going to rough in where I want the helmet to be. You know, kind of like so. Let's see, and because we have the hips kind of cocked this way a little bit, that means this leg is going to have the weight, whereas this leg is going to be more swooped out there, a little bit more on the confidence side. There we go. I'm just going to quickly do the arm. Here we go. Okay, so we got a pose all roughed out here. Okay, and then just gonna quickly get the leg in there as well, and get the other leg there as well. So on the note of legs, I have noticed that some people, when they're doing their poses for certain legs, sometimes you'll get like this weird thing where someone will like draw a leg like this, well, and you can clearly see where like the knee is, and then you see like the foot sort of way out in a completely opposite direction. one thing to note, there are some exceptions. Like, there is still, like, some variation of, like, where the foot can point and such. But for the most part, if you draw a center line from the knee down to where the foot is supposed to go, 9 times out of 10, the foot will be facing where the kneecap is facing. Like, seriously, guys, look down at your leg and just look at where your toes are facing and like where your knee is facing, and try moving your leg around. And if you'll notice, you move your entire leg to accommodate the rotation. And just knowing that little part of human anatomy will basically save you from accidentally drawing your character with broken ankles. Oh, I see. So it's a waveform monitor. Got it. Then, in that case, I'm going to do something here. So I'm going to, first off, mark where the ankles are going to be. And then I'm just going to quickly figure out where the feet are going to be facing. There we go. All right, and now that I know roughly where that is, I can kind of exaggerate it a little bit because I have noticed. Let's see if we can do something a little cool here. Fucking loved Transformers Prime. Oh my god. Easily the best iteration of those characters. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bulk out this form a bit. There we go. Yes, Poodle, you did hear Transformers Prime. Here we go. Just quickly getting these forms down. Get some three-dimensionality here. Now, I might be cheating a little bit and using some of my own design philosophies when it comes to suits like this, but let's get a closer look here. So let's first off, and then we'll just go in and quickly shade that in there. All right, so so there's that little design right there, and I'm going to give this a little bit of a 3D element here. And then, of course, we're going to throw in the numbers. There, down the side. Cool, cool, cool. And then... So the idea I kind of have in my head is that the suit kind of like transitions from rigid body to soft body depending on like which parts actually need the most mobility. So like from here, there we go. Oh, that's actually a really cool design idea. Magnetic mounts. Got it. Okay. All right. Before I go any further, because I've kind of worked backwards of how I normally do. So let's get rid of some of these little extra details that don't need to be here, because these were during the exploration phase of the sketch, where we were just trying to figure out where the body was kind of stood, how it's all kind of like fitting together, and all that good stuff. There we go. So now we have that. Let's get rid of some of these extra exploration bits here. Okay, so then let's go ahead and let's get this character's face on here. Okay, kind of seeing a... Yeah. Okay. And then just going to erase a little bit to get the illusion of a highlight. And then, actually, I made the eyes a little bit too wide, so let's get a little bit of that. It's because there's this little extra thickness right here near the ends, and it does give the eyes a nice little bit of personality. I want to preserve that. So, in fact, I thickened the wrong part of the eye. All right, and then we will quickly put down an ear. Gives us a nice landmark to work with here. Because then from the ear, we can figure out where the jaw kind of comes down. And we will swoop it forward. There we go. There we go. All right, and then let's have another look at that hair. So, let's see how we're going to do this. So I'm gonna put a little bit there to suggest the hairline, then we're gonna swoop this up. So then let's bring this back a little bit there, and then we will swoop that forward, and we'll try to preserve the shape of the hair, because hair is such an important part of the design. Sorry, if my model is contorting into weird shapes, it's because I'm contorting into weird shapes. So then we will bring that up, and then I kind of want the back to sort of meet right here. There we go. All right, and then we will attach the neck here. There we go. And I noticed that the hair kind of stops like right here, and I'm kind of interpreting that as sort of a kind of like a layered kind of undercut. So you basically have long hair, stops, and then you kind of see like where it's kind of cut short near the back. All right, and now let's clean this up by getting rid of some of these extra guidelines that are right here, so we can chisel out the final forms of the face. There we go. And then let's add a little extra detail here, a little bit of shading. There we go. All right, and now let's see what the neck element is there. Okay. So I'm going to do something a little bit cool here. So I'm going to basically have it be a high neck, give it a little bit of form. There we go. Okay, so we got the legs done, we got the head done, which means the rest of this is smooth sailing because the arms and the chest are like the easiest part. So for the design, I've noticed the design kind of shifted in its perspective a little bit. So Oh, I see. A dragon skull. Got it. Would you like it to still be pixelated, or would you like me to draw out like an actual kind of dragon skull? Because I do kind of like the abstractness of the design, because it does kind of fit with like the tech theme. I mean, because I could just do like something like that, or yeah. So we'll keep that. It's got history. Okay, then in that case, what's left is just quickly getting the arms in. There we go. And let's actually attach the torso to the rest of the body here. And let's add a little bit of practicality here. Because the suit has to slip on somehow. There we go. All right, let's get rid of some of these. Some of these lines don't need to be here anymore. There we go. Just going to get rid of some of this unnecessary information. All right. And just because I've noticed how this is sort of sitting, let's change it up just a little bit, because this is kind of turned into a 3/4 view completely by mistake. So shoulder, arm, and we'll attach that to the body like so. All right, and let's see, let's zoom in a little closer. Okay, so I'm going to add a little bit of just a little bit of a seam right there, just to give it a little bit of structure. And then there we go. All right, and now we need to do the head, which we already figured out how to do earlier, so this is going to be fairly simple. It's just kind of double checking what I did. go. And then let's carve out the horn so they actually have some shape or form to them. There we go. Okay, and then just gonna quickly block in the hand here. Yeah, sometimes when you're making decisions, Dragon, like when you get like midway through it, you go, oh, accidentally changed perspective. The pose demanded it. It just happens. And, you know, you just gotta kind of Bob Ross it a little. There's no mistakes, just happy little accidents. All right. And now that we have the arms blocked in, I'm just gonna quickly throw in a little bit of wrist cuff there. You know, I used to struggle so hard with hands. Then I just figured them out. Real quick, would you guys like to know how to do hands? Because, they're not as complicated as you think. Okay, so for the most part with hands, you only really need I don't want to say a small handful of poses, because, pun, but, hands are actually very simple. So, what you need to really remember is that to get fingers proportional to the hands, you need to remember that the fingers are about as long as the palm. So, what that means is, even if you just sort of like do like one of these big blocky kind of shapes right here, if you just cut the rectangle in half, you pretty much have the exact lengths of the fingers. And also, you don't draw the fingers individually. You draw them in groups. Let me explain. So, fingers bunch up in a number of ways. If you notice when you're doing like various hand gestures, your hands will want to do certain things. So, for example, I'm so glad I have hand tracking for this. So, for example, when you're just relaxed, sometimes the fingers by itself, sometimes you get this right here, where your middle finger and your ring finger, are kind of bunched together, but your pinky and your index finger are kind of like separated from them. Alternatively, you get this grouping here, where you have your ring finger and your pinky finger just bunched together, while it's your middle finger and index finger separated. So with that in mind, it gets kind of easy to just, as long as you kind of keep the fingers grouped together, it's kind of cheating in a way, because you're essentially going, hey, this character has 5 fingers, but I'm really just drawing it as 3. And just like that. So the way I learned how to do hands is actually through some of Jim Lee's art tutorials, where he does this shape right here, where it's kind of like a box that has like a tapered end like this. So it's kind of like a what's the name? It's kind of like a pentagon, essentially. And depending on like where this bit right here is angled will kind of depend, will pretty much tell you like where the fingers are, because like the index finger will be over on this end, middle finger will be on this end, and then you have your ring and pinky finger on this end. And unless you are actually drawing like a fully splayed out hand, you don't need to draw each finger individually. They're all in groups. It's why as a kid doing like Spock's like live long and prosper thing felt so unnatural and hard, because your fingers don't want to group that way naturally. You have to like make a conscious effort to group them in different ways. Yeah, so even with full finger splay, you can still kind of figure it out. Yeah, sorry. I go into tangents a lot because like I have a lot of these I have like a lot of information and like things that I've like figured out over drawing over the years, and I like sharing them because art is not supposed to be difficult. It's time consuming and it is a lot of hard work, but it's not as complicated as you think. A lot of it is like associations. So, and another thing with hands, some people make the mistake of like drawing the wrist like directly in the middle. That's not how it works. It's easier and quicker actually if you take this line, kind of, you can kind of come down a little bit and just sort of show like a little indent, but it kind of favors one side over the other. And in fact, whenever I quickly like draw arms, because I basically like to have a flow where the arm goes into the hand like that, and then from there, would you look at that? I just need to throw on like a finger and just sort of like suggest that there's a fist. Oh, would you look at that? Perfect closed fist every time. It's great. I love it. And even if we flip it around, so say for example if we're doing like a closed fist, like again, they tend to be grouped. But yeah, this is... And then from here, like, throw in a little bit of shading. Down a little bit of shading, sort of show the back there, and then it's suddenly a nice... Hold on. Suddenly, three-dimensional shape. And this shape, you can also have holding things. Like swords. Yeah, it's definitely having a fit right now. The arm that's having a fit is the arm I draw with. So I'm, full disclosure, I'm using a Leap Motion Plus 2, and it throws an absolute fit whenever I have a stylus in my hand. It just stops recognizing that it's a hand. But yeah, hands can easily be broken down into this shape right here. And the shape is fairly universal. Like, once you figure out this shape, you can kind of figure it out through, like, any variation. Because then it kind of, like, flips in your head. So instead of, like, seeing this as the tip of the palm, you see this as, like, the top of... You see it's, like, the top of your hand. And then you just go, okay, so then in that case... Bunch that up. Put a thumb right on top of that. Boom. Fist. It's not the best fist, but, like, if you're having to draw hands for, like, a ton of panels back to back in sequence, and you know people are only going to be looking at it for, like, a split second, this is a valid option. This is a very valid option. Yeah, I'm kind of falling into that artist trap where I see all the flaws, so it doesn't look good to me. But, like, it just seems like it magically pops out like that. So yeah. And another thing about hands, you don't need to draw all the fingers. For example, if, say, the hand is, like, partially closed, you don't even need to, like, draw the full finger. You can just kind of, like, cut it off, like so. And because of how your hand naturally curls, like, seriously, look at your hand and just sort of, like, kind of, like, relax it a little, and you'll notice that the most visible fingers are going to be your index and ring finger, and then everything else just kind of tapers off until it's just, like, barely registering that there's a finger there. Finger groupings carry hands like you wouldn't believe. It's insane. And a lot of times, some people, they don't even, like, bother, like, doing anything, like, super major with, like, hands. Sometimes they'll just go, all right, there's the hand. We'll put like a thumb. We'll put like the index finger right there. We'll group the thumb and, like, loop it back. And then suddenly you have someone holding pencil. Like, you can... Art is 90% cheating. It's 90% cheating and making people think you did more than you actually did. It's great. I love it. In fact, if you notice, it's what I did here with these hands. So I just suggested there's a thumb, hinted at the finger being kind of like curled, and then the rest just tapers off. And it kind of has like this rhythm where like you get this to this to this, and boom, fist. Like, this approach isn't perfect, right? Because when it comes to like hands that need to be foreshortened, this method falls apart very quickly. But this method will carry you through like 80% of your edge cases for hands. And that's really all I can kind of say about that, honestly. Hands don't have to be difficult. All right, so there's one more thing that's missing from this, and then we can call this done. He just needs this tail. So we'll swoop that around. And let's do this for like a little bit of three-dimensionality here. Let's try to get this looking fairly consistent in terms of the widths. And then... And because a lot of the detail is going to be hidden in the back anyway, we just need to really hint at the 015, and there. Just like that. Oh, I love the design. The design is cool. I love tech suits like this. Obviously. it kind of spoke to my design sensibilities. Like I saw that design, I'm like, ooh, I gotta do that. So with that, let's get rid of some of these extra bits right here. And we'll just go ahead and add you. Oh, you know what? Real quick, if you'd like to, hold on. Let me get the alert box out of the way here. So, if you'd like to, like, I don't know, screen cap that, by all means. Yep, speaking of urged, you are actually next. And I have yours. I have your ref already on here, so let's scale this down just a little bit so it doesn't take up too much space on the canvas. All right, let's have a look here at this design. So let's see what design elements I need to focus on when recreating this. And of course, I gotta include the little familiar. I really gotta. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to a red here, so my notes are kind of visible. So already I can see for the eyes, I'm probably gonna go for. I'm probably gonna keep that design element there because I love the shape of the eyes there. Probably do something like that. For the eye. The hats, okay. And actually, am I getting these mixed up? Is this one yours, Urge? I might be getting them mixed up. No, okay. Okay, which one was yours? Was it... Hold on, is it in the... Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. In hindsight, I should have labeled these. I really should have labeled these. Oh, there it is. Found it. Okay. Okay. So, just from the refs I'm seeing here... Let me load these up then. And I also need to update this. There we go. So, Dragon is done. Next up is Urge. So we have another Pokemon request here. So let me just get these loaded up. So we'll paste that there. I'm not used to drawing Pokemon, so this is actually fairly interesting. So let's scale these down. Like the last Pokemon game I played was like X and Y, and I didn't really get very far in it. I've heard some of the newer titles are good. Okay, so... Oh, good. Scale reference. Cool. That's useful. That's very useful. And pose reference. So this one's going to be adorable. All right, so this one I'm going to have to go back to mostly primitive shapes. Yeah, I didn't get very far in X and Y, mostly because like at that stage, I couldn't sit down and just play because like the last Pokemon game I got really into, and this is gonna show my age here, was Red and Blue on the classic Game Boy. I played that shit all the time on the Game Boy Pocket. All right, so let's see, I can vouch for Violet being good if you don't experience too many bugs, including falling through the map because you got glitched into the ceiling because you got trapped in a battle. Okay, this... okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I heard some of the bugs in some of the later entries were kind of rough. Okay, so... already, I'm seeing some primitive shapes I can focus on. So I can break that down into one. The head can be broken down into two. Okay. All right, and let's see. Let's see what we can do here. So, going to try to put... gonna try to put these two into this pose, which should be fairly easy. Well, I say fairly easy. Those are famous last words. So, so I'm gonna start, of course, with the torso. The torso is fairly... like, if you can figure out where the torso is, you can pretty much figure out where everything else goes in relation to it. So... just trying to figure out where... all of these go. All right, so then... just trying to keep everything kind of consistent. And let's do... Just because I want this arm to be visible, I'm gonna change up the pose just a little bit to where it's just kind of like relaxing right there. There we go. Oh, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Yeah, we're having the tail wrap around them. That's a really good idea. Okay, trying to at least have some form, and something about the black eye is kind of speaking to me here. Hold on. Let's get the head. Let's try to figure out the right scale for the head here. Yeah, let's do that. Just gonna quickly map out where the snoot goes. Now, normally I put like guidelines to figure out where like the middle is, but I can kind of just see it in my head for this one. All right, so cool. All right. Now, let's see. In fact, I'm gonna move the head just a little bit over. Just because I kind of want to push the pose a little bit here. Let's see if we can get this. Let's see. And then let's add some highlights. Get some immediate life into those eyes. Oh, not normalize? All right. look here. Okay, this next one's going to be a little bit interesting. All right, let's have a look here. Ah, I see. I see. Oh. Oh yeah, absolutely, Dragon. In fact, I can quickly ink it once I'm done drawing everyone else's. Like, it won't take me long to ink it at all. All right, let's have a look here. Aha. Okay. Hold on, let me redo this eye real quick. All right, so you want to keep to the dot eye aesthetic. Got it. They're more like ovals. Got it. So like, in fact, let's carve that down a little bit. There we go. Okay, so I'm having to work backwards with this one. So let's see if we can... just rough in the shape of the body. There we go. Ooh, and don't want to forget this detail here because there's a two-tone separation. All right, and then... so before I can do the tail hug, I need to rough in roughly where the limbs would go normally. Because you never know how something is actually going to overlap until you actually draw it. So, now for the tail. So I'm just gonna, while still keeping the shape, just kind of gonna do some light taps there. Oh, wow, my arms are really going wild. Ooh. Come on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, what is happening here? Uh-oh. Hold on. Is it... Oh, I see what happened. There we go. Okay. Fixed. Wiggly arms. What's really frustrating about this is this is as close as I can get my hands together without losing tracking, so I can't even do any wild hand things. Okay. So just getting this kind of roughed in there because I'm trying to do a good combo of the official stuff and the art references, because the art references tend to, like, official references are great if you are just making the thing from scratch, but, like, yeah. So I have an idea. So first off, I'm gonna quickly... There we go. Oh, what is going on with this music? This is... Hold on, let's get some... Hold on, I'm gonna get some more music up here. Not that one. Let's do this one. By the way, if you're wondering what the background music for a lot of this is, I'm using there's this one YouTube channel called Micro Mecha that does amazing atmospheric drum and bass, and it just captures that vibe of like early 2000s PS1 like mecha, you know? There we go. And then... So I'm going to do two things here. So the tail is going to... swoop around like so. So it's going to be... And it's a big tail too, so... Ooh, actually... No, the tail isn't that long, so instead I'm going to have to do... Because I want to convey the idea without breaking the model too much, so... And for... Hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. There we go. There we go, and then I can block in the other arm right there. There we go. Oh, hey Rose, welcome. Just a bit. Hold on. That's a simple fix. That is a very simple fix. Because sometimes stuff like this happens. Let's... How's that? Bit more proportional? So we'll clear that. And finally, one last detail. Details are always so tricky. Okay, and then... So we'll go down like that, like that, like that. Cool, and then... Oh, the cone. Okay. Let's have a look. Ah, okay. Okay. Hold on. Let's just... Zip. And actually, hold on. Let's just do... Let's bring this in just a little bit. And then... There we go. And let's see if we can clean up some of these details a little bit so it's a little bit more clear what we're looking at. Let's carve this bit out. Let's carve this bit out. Let's carve this bit out. And let's carve this little bit out. That way we can kind of just get clear forms instead of the idea of forms. And since this is a burn, let's add a little bit of that. A little bit of that. There we go. And let's define this a little bit more, and let's carve that out a little bit. There we go. And there we go. And with that, I'm happy to say this one is done for the most part. One last detail. I need to actually do the little shape here. This is gonna bug me if I don't do it. There we go. There we go. And just like that. Oop, whoops. Let's clear that. There we go. And oh, of course I did this on the wrong layer. Of course I did this on the wrong layer. So in that case, let's just do that. And you know what? Let's just clear everything else there, and then we'll just merge these two layers together. There we go. It's like nothing ever happened. All right, cool. It happens way too much. But there are workarounds. There are ways to salvage it. Okay, so anyways, that's going on to the big collage of requests. I feel like I need to redo the Mecha Banana once we're caught up with everyone else's requests. Okay. So that's urged. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what I'll do is once we get all the sketches done, I'll go through them real quick and just hit them with a little bit of line art. And then I will isolate each part of the request, and I'll send them out. So if you guys have hopped into the Discord, I can easily get those sent out to you guys. All right, so next up, Jay. Okay, so let's see. Who is... Not who is, where is... Aha, okay, so that one's Jay. Cool. Cool. Nope, not that one. We'll get to you. There we go. Okay, so... Alright, this one's going to be interesting because I'm not used to drawing quadrupeds, let alone centaurs. However... Transform, scale, there we go. Okay, so... The size difference in this is going to be staggering. Because for all intents and purposes, the smaller one is going to be... Yeah, so this fella right here is going to be roughly... Yeah, so if, like, say that is 6... Let's see, that would be 3... So kind of like here. Or here. No, because it's 410, so it'd be more like here. So this is going to be interesting. So I have an idea for a pose here. So so Jay, are you still here? Is Jay still here? Oh wait, yep, I see Jay up there. Okay, so I'm immediately thinking... So for this one, so the thing about drawing centaurs, this is very upsetting. 2 rib cages. So let's see how I'm going to do this. You know what? I'm going to... Instead of making some wild composition out of this, just because the last one had a lot of interactivity between them, I think I'm going to recreate these poses. But with a professional flourish here. Okay, so... Now it's just getting the centaur pose down, because this one's going to be tricky. So if I do something like... I'm still going to do a little bit of an interesting flourish. So I'm going to do... Because I'm pretty sure the arm's been... Hold on. So if I do something like... If I do something like this in terms of the pose... So, kind of something like... And then let's get... Let's get the arm attached there ahead of time. let's see if we can... Gonna do something risky. I'm gonna practice a little foreshortening with this one. I struggle quite a bit with foreshortening. So let's see if we can get this to work. So... just kind of roughing in how I want the pose to look ahead of time. It's real important to get this step, you know, to get this part of the process figured out. Because I also noticed that I kind of messed up the size there. Okay, and then the tail, because I'm mostly wanting to try to recreate the pose here. Because I do like how the volume of the tail is kind of like all bushel up, so it makes it look like bushier than what it appears to be. It's a very good effect, and I want to preserve that, because that's kind of what I've been going with like a lot of these references. I want to preserve the spirit of the reference without doing anything too drastic. Cool. All right. All right. So I may actually have this one. Might actually have this one all figured out. Cool. All right. Ah, I see what I did. Well, it's fine. This is an exploration thing here. So let's scale this one up. There we go. So we'll scale that up. So that way, when we put in the details, because I want to sell the Kitsune Centaur's like scale. Scale is everything. So with that in mind, let's see if I can quickly block in this pose right here. Now, normally I do something like really crazy with like the composition and all of that, but I am conscious there are people that are also waiting for their pieces as well, and I'm faster than this, so all right, and then we'll throw up the peace sign. Okay, so the scale is a little bit off here. However, if we get that looking roughly all right. Just quickly block in where dem grippers go. Cool. All right, and then I will scale this down a little bit. There we go. All right, and then I'm going to scale them up just a little bit more. All right. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, copy, paste, remove that. So then this is now isolated on its own layer. So then I will turn down the opacity there, start a new layer, and then let's start with the big guy first, because his design has some more design elements that I'm not quite fully confident in. But it is very doable. Let's see if we can push this a bit more. Let's get some scruff there, just kind of like sell the fuzz. Actually, there's got to be a better way to do that. There's got to be a better way to do that. Half of art really do be feeling like a puzzle. Hold on. I think my foundation here is a little bit flawed, so let's elongate the snout just a little bit. Just sort of get that. Look, I'm trying to make this. Trying to make the big guy still look fairly friendly. Without changing, or like without making them look threatening, or you know, still trying to keep to the design. Cool, and then let's see what we can do here. Okay, and then if we can get the face to work, everything else will fall in place. There we go. So, big ears. Love big ears on a design. They're big. They have a good silhouette. There we go. All right. So yeah, I didn't want to point it out, but yeah, no, the coffee bot went twice there. There we go. Okay, so we got the head in there. All right, so if I can get this arm to work, so first off, let's figure out where the collarbone is actually going to go. So this is going to be more of a kind of like a side turn right here. So yeah, it's a little bit worrying, not gonna lie. So here we go. Okay. Yeah, foreshortening's working. Okay. Yes, this is working. The rest of this piece is going to go fairly smoothly. I am going to add a little fluff tuft right there on the elbow, just sort of just sort of sell the illusion. And then let's get a sleeve on there to also work as the contouring line as well. All right. Yeah, honestly, I remember when I was streaming to a dead chat. It felt bad. It felt really bad. It's kind of nice having the feedback of a chat, you know? It's helps keep things feeling alive. All right, I'm gonna flare this out a bit just to sort of sell the new motions we have here. There we go. Oh, actually, I think I may have pushed a little bit too far. There we go. So it's only the two right there, and then we'll flare this one out just a little. Yeah, I should do art streams more often. It kind of has like that nice blend of me having something to do with my hands, but still being able to like engage with chat more. It's actually nice. I like it. There we go. And let's add a little bit of shadow there. There we go. Actually no. That doesn't quite sell the effect. Yeah, no, a second monitor is highly recommended. Or at the very least, pull up chat on your phone and just have it set up. Just somewhere we can like just quickly glance at it. Ironically enough, worrying about chat kind of makes it worse, if that makes sense. Because the way chat is actually calculated, it's delayed. So the worst part is someone could have like popped in and then like popped out and you wouldn't know. It sucks. But basically one bit of advice I heard that was really good was like, just when you're streaming, stream like you're recording, you know, old-fashioned like YouTube. Just remove that filter in your head that makes you think before you speak. Have all your inside thoughts become outside thoughts. Because odds are, if it's entertaining as a clip, you'll be entertaining as a stream, you know? Pretty much, yeah. Like, the stream should just be like a way to sort of include the audience in the recording process rather than like having it be the end goal, you know? Like I'm recording this stream right now. It is, goodness, I've been drawing for 4 hours straight. Okay. Truth be told, this isn't even the longest I've drawn before. So story time. So for the longest time, I tried my hand at becoming a webtoon creator. Big mistake, by the way. Those deadlines are super unreasonable, and you will burn out very quickly. Do not go in unless you have a plan. But anyways, essentially, I learned to draw as quickly as I did because I was trying to basically make comics for an unreasonable deadline. And the skill that I developed, it doesn't go away, really. But it does get rusty. Yeah, it's a difficult balance. Ooh. I really do need to set up the I really do need to set up a bot that will also send a link to my Patreon as well. Because the Patreon I do actually have set up. Well, I mean the coffee's set up as well, but I need to figure out stuff. So, yeah, just a reminder, the reason I'm doing this particular art stream, because this was kind of a spur of the moment thing. I recently learned, so I was recently given some bad news. So stuff happened at work. Stuff involving my mental health, and I pretty much got written up for having a mental health breakdown in the middle of retail. And I was given my first and final warning. So, with job security pretty much shot, I'm essentially doing this now to try to break out of retail. Because, like, let's face it, I'm going to be paid minimum wage either way if I put in all of my effort here or if I have my soul basically grinded into dirt working in a retail store. Might as well pick the option that I'm actually, that I've actually spent like years honing my craft in. So, yeah. And of course, I like talking about mechs and Lancer and all of that. So, lots of fun stuff. All right, so I'm just quickly trying to, because like the human's going to be quick. The human's going to be easy. It's the centaur that I'm having to kind of improvise as I go along. Because centaurs are shockingly difficult to draw. Because they do some weird things with anatomy. Cool. All right. I'm kind of also freehanding it just a little bit. Kind of remembering. I'm remembering the basics of CQC. But no, I've basically when you're doing yeah, drawing a horse from memory was foreshadowing. Exactly. I was drawing a fox from memory. There we go. And just gonna quickly do some shading there. All right, so I'm basically quickly drawing this to comic panel quality. So, basically sells the idea. It's going to be good enough. Oh, and I just realized that leg, I pushed that leg a little bit too far forward, so it's going to actually mess with the pose. So if I do this, I'm gonna have to like change this pose on the fly without working it out. We'll do a little bit of this. Yeah. There we go. That sells the idea. go, and there we go. And then we'll just quickly throw some shading on there just to best define the forms, and also push the end of that towards the back. Let's thicken up the outline here so the shirt doesn't get lost in the tail. All right, so there's one. There's one. So next up, this one is going to be very easy. So I'm actually going to move you over here so I can actually do this a little bit quicker. Okay, so now people I can draw. People I'm good at drawing. Oh, I may have just realized something. Size may be a bit too small for the scale I'm going for, but I can work with this. Let's see if I can get this just right here. Let's get the eyes in. If we can get the eyes to work. Alright, we're gonna have to just do that. And then let's get the ear in. Yeah, the ear's a good landmark. All right, and then let's quickly get the earpiece in. There we go. Let's see. Now, this is the perils of skipping ahead, because I'm already seeing some inconsistencies with, like, the head angle and how everything's kind of set up. But because I spotted it early, I can kind of fix it a little bit. I mean, one, I'm already working, like, much smaller than I normally would. Well, that's the secret. You kind of want to be your own sports commentator. For me personally, I'm kind of trying, like, I'm both just sort of like describing my thought process as it's happening, while also kind of channeling a little bit of Bob Ross energy when it comes to, like, the more educational side of things. Because I'm a firm believer that art is probably the most accessible skill, and, like, anyone can learn to draw, right? It's like all I'm doing here is, like, I'm basically turning a stick figure into a person. Kind of like how 3D modeling is turning a cube into a person. Like, we're all just you just take a stick figure, add shapes on it to sort of give you an idea of like what the volume of each thing is going to be. And then you just kind of work from there. Like a lot of anatomy is it's literally just finding associations. Like for example, where the neck connects. Neck goes into the back of the ear. just before you reach the jawline. The jawline comes out from the bottom of the ear, goes into the chin. The collarbone goes out into the shoulders. It's all connected. Everything is connected. Art is holistic. Or, you know, something like that. Yeah, funny you should mention it. I'm also a 3D artist. I'm not a good 3D artist, but I'm a 3D artist. In fact, when I get more time, I really, really want to actually make a new VTuber model from scratch, because believe it or not, like pulling back the curtain, this is just a Vroid model. Like it's a heavily modified Vroid model, because I couldn't be fucking bothered to do like all of the rigging, all of the blend shapes and all of that myself, because I work full-time in retail, unfortunately. Though of course that's going to be past tense at some point. Don't know when, but I feel it coming a mile away. But you kind of get what I mean here. Like I really want to make a the one I really want to do is just model everything from scratch, get everything like more VR ready, actually get some blend shapes on here that can accurately like do the stuff my face does, you know, stuff like that. So I'm gonna cheat on this hand again. I'm just gonna do a quick little, do one of those, and then I'm going to hint. I'm gonna extend that out just a little bit, just to give the illusion of fingerless gloves. There we go. And judging by this looks like a uniform. So with that in mind, I'm gonna bulk out the cuff. Make the cuff seem more like rigid, more formal, more like I am on a crew kind of deal. Like this is like Space Navy. There we go. Hell yeah, you are. Like one thing I wanted to do was actually like DIY a bunch of slime trackers. I wanted to see if there was a way to maybe use the same IMU setup for full finger tracking as well. Though I'm not holding my breath on that one. There we go. So here we go. Fucking love Gundam. I actually, all right. So I actually have, like, so right next to me on my computer setup, I have a bunch of like mecha miniatures. I have a bunch of 3D printed Tau with the serial numbers filed off. For one-page rules playing. I have a bunch of battle mechs from BattleTech, more specifically the unseen variants, which were the ones that were actually designed by Macross, that they actually got into a lot of legal hot water for, because the Macross studio, instead of actually designing original battle mechs for BattleTech, just went, they're foreigners. Fuck them. Give them some of the old artwork. So yeah, so that happened. So now there's just like a bunch of BattleTech mechs that only recently got redesigns, but they're like originally Macross mechs. For example, the Griffin from BattleTech or MechWarrior was originally the round facer from Macross. It's wild. So I have those up there. I have a Netflix version of I have a Netflix variant of a Zaku 2 that that my housemate got me for Christmas. I'm very happy about that. I have the God Gundam from G Gundam Fighters, also a Christmas present from, or was it a birthday present? It was some kind of present. Let's see. I have one of I have Char's like aquatic unit. I have the newer gym from the one that's done by the Evangelion studio. Speaking of Evangelion, I have the entire Evangelion manga on here, like on this shelf as well. So yeah, I'm very normal about giant stompy robots. All right, just gonna quickly do this. Fingerless gloves, there we go. And remember, when drawing hands, you don't need to draw all the fingers. Sometimes fingers just aren't visible. Don't worry about it. People know there are fingers there. It's fine. You don't need to fuss about every finger. Now, when I clean this one up, I will probably I'll probably make it a little bit bigger. And okay. Oh, so I realized I messed up a little bit on the arm. There we go. Because I was drawing it like expecting to draw. In fact, hold on. I know where I messed up here. Because I'm drawing so small with like a textured brush, it feels like I'm drawing with wax, not gonna lie. Okay, and then let's there we go. 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 No, 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 no. The angle's all wrong. Angle's all wrong. That arm's too big. Let's fix that. So, actually, what I'm going to have to do is actually angle this arm a little bit upwards like so. Now that's a bit more proportional. All right, I can get behind that. All right, so we'll do basic belt. And let's flare that out just a little bit. Cool, 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 cool. The next one I'm drawing is definitely going to be a lot bigger. I'm not making this mistake again. You only make this mistake once during a drawing session. All right, so then... throw in a quick belt. And then... and you know what? Because they're kind of flared out, I know... oh, whoops. Because I know it's kind of a... it's kind of flared out just a little bit there, but I can kind of roll with this. Yeah, because now this is making the other arm look thick in comparison. There we go. All right, so then we'll go down here. Let's flare this out. So I'm gonna do a one little change to this design. Just going to quickly block out where the knees are, add a little suggestion of where the fabric's going to... and then we're going to bring this down, and then just like that. We have boots. Simple as that. And I'm going to put a zipper on this inside here, just to sort of sell the idea that, yes, these are boots. These make some kind of sense. And then we're just going to quickly just do a flat shade. And honestly, this seam detail is probably going to get lost. But if I did it right, the texture will still be there. And let's quickly roughly shade that in. Quickly roughly shade this in so it separates some of the design elements. And there we go. That's another one done. Another one for the collage. All right. And because of their scale, that kind of sells it. All right, let's get rid of that, and then we'll move... this is actually the closest one that kind of seems a bit polished. Oh, I just realized this needs some shading. Right there. Just sort of, yeah, there we go. Shading. Okay. All right. And next up, we finally have Feral. Which means we can finally come back to this. All right, so as I was breaking down earlier, I was kind of breaking down how I was going to, well, break this design down. Was it? Yeah. Oh, did I put that on the wrong? You know, it doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so I was trying to break down how I was going to break this one down. So, the hats, very difficult, just because hats want to do their own thing. So, fedora. That's going to be a tricky one, but if I figure out the pose ahead of time, that could be very useful. So just already looking, this character definitely has kind of pear shape, so if I do something like this as kind of a basis, you know, let's get this brush looking. Let's get this brush back to its full size. Yeah, so if I do something like this as the basis of the body, let's see, rib cage right there, and then of course all right, so we have a long overcoat. Looks like we got some nice sweeping details in the back. Kind of like a shadow flame, kind of like aesthetic towards the back there. Ooh, and nice star logo right there. I love that. So, do we still have... Yes, I did put the... do we still have Feral in here? Well, regardless, their request is going to be done. So I'm thinking about maybe having this little creature on their shoulder. Yeah, so I'm gonna have like this little creature just sort of like perched on their shoulder. So yeah, I'm gonna back up a little bit here. So, oh, whoops, not that one. So, you may be wondering why I sketch in blue, right? One of the main reasons why I primarily sketch in blue is because of non-photo blue pencils. And it's just sort of like a habit I haven't really kicked, mostly because I don't want to. It's a very useful habit. I kind of darkened it a little bit just so it shows up better on screen. But I typically sketch with this blue right here, which is kind of like a bright, oh, excuse me. It's a brighter blue. And that particular blue is what's called non-photo blue. And in traditional artwork, it's exactly what it says on the tin. It's basically a blue colored pencil that's designed to not show up in scans. So, you know, after you draw everything in blue, you basically ink it, scan it, clean it up, and then those blue lines are virtually gone. It was kind of like a way to sort of not have to erase your sketches, if that makes sense. And I mostly use it because it makes it so much easier when you're doing line art, because there's a high contrast. Because like normally when you're doing line art and you bring everything down to like a lower opacity to where it's like, you know, go from black to like a light gray when you lower the opacity, it still kind of messes with your perception and like how your lines look. So when you finally get rid of the underlying sketch, it kind of, you start noticing like weird things you did with your line art. Like lines are kind of wonky that didn't look wonky before, and all of that. So if you do things in like sort of like a different high contrast color, it kind of removes like that as a factor just to begin with. At least that's why I use it. All right, so okay, so we're gonna get the basis for the hips there. There we go. Now I'm more of a fan of the color green. Because check this out, all right? If I switched over to a black ink here, if you notice, there's high contrast even in this dark blue. You can kind of tell where the black begins and the blue ends. However, if I were to, for example, let's just do this, right? I'm just going to throw in a random shape on screen. I'm going to turn down the opacity. And we're going to try this again, using the exact same color. So this may be a bad example because I actually have really good line control. Whoops. But yeah, notice it doesn't quite it kind of bleeds together a little bit. It makes it kind of hard to discern it. Whereas here, even at full opacity, you can kind of see where you're going wrong, you know? It's like, it's one of those things you don't really think about. Now, if you tend to sketch in black, it's really easy to change something to blue. Most art programs will have an alpha transparency lock. So like, say for example, let's turn this from blue to, let's change this from blue to black. There you go. In the layer settings, there should be, it's called something different each time, but you want to look for either lock transparent pixels or lock alpha. Another thing you can do is also go into like like color filters and all of that, and like change the color of like the piece. But that's a whole mess of like tweaking. It's a lot easier just to like lock the alpha, select everything, and just like slap a paintbrush on it. It's super quick. So if you need to sketch in black because like it just feels right to you, do that, and then just lock the alpha afterwards, and then just slap it in, just slap blue all over it. Give it blue. Bitches love blue. Like a lot of art is just like finding little tricks like that just work. Like art is, like I said, art is like I learned how to draw whilst I was living in the rural Philippines. Like it was the only thing I had to do. And it was like my only real form of escapism when I was a teenager. So and it's easier now than ever to basically learn how to draw, because like there's like industry veterans that are absolute legends who will just make like 10-minute videos that basically just give you 15 years of knowledge in like 10 minutes. It's wild. It's all just repetition and figuring out rules. And like, here's the thing, you don't have to figure it out by yourself. Someone out there has found a solution for the problem you have. You just need to find the people that decided to pass on that knowledge. Like, so say for example, like I know it looks like I'm kind of just like freehanding a lot of these shapes, but in my head, like say for example the legs, in my head I'm breaking down the legs like kind of like this. So you have like the line down the middle. I use that to represent sort of like the bone, like the and then there's always like this one part that kind of, this one group of muscles that sticks out and then sort of like tapers off here towards the bottom, but they always kind of meet right back towards the bone. And then the other side, it's to a much lighter degree. Yeah, the calf. Thanks. For whatever reason, I just blanked on that word. But like it is very, sorry, I'm like I keep on going into like random anatomy lessons as I'm drawing here. But yeah, it's so yeah, there's the calf right there. Like if anything, the parts where I still struggle is actually in the little details of anatomy. Like for example, with the upper legs, because like there's this little tendon that pulls, that creates this sort of break in the shape. Yeah, anatomy is half the drawing game, but like here's the thing. Like, there's some artists out there that'll be able to tell you, like, the actual, like, anatomical, like, scientific names of, like, all the different, like, muscle groups and how they... Man, I ain't a doctor. I just want to draw cool pictures. I don't know the first thing about, like, deltoids, pectorials, fucking glutes. But the thing is, you know what they look like, and that's important. If it looks right, you can kind of figure it out from there. There's one art anatomy book I highly recommend. It's actually an anatomy book for 3D artists, but because they have to break down each of the forms to sculpt in 3D, it actually doubles as, like, being fantastic for like 2D artists and such. It's just called Anatomy for 3D Artists. That's it. That's all it's called. It's in kind of like a sky blue book. It has like a sculpture of like a boxer on the front, some hands, and some like other stuff, by 3D Total Publishing. It's a really good book. I didn't read a single goddamn word in that book. I just looked at the pretty pictures, and it helps. It's good having that reference. But yeah, I'm kind of getting off on a tangent here. Feet. Feet are just as difficult to draw as hands for a lot of people, especially because it's a part of the body that's always foreshortened no matter what pose. So it forces you to do foreshortening when you don't even understand, like, the thing. The Twitter animator, Teleport or Teleporte or Teleport, he did a really good, like, 15-second tutorial for drawing feet, which is just, once you have like the base of the ankle, you just sort of draw the top portion of the foot, like that top mass. You cap it off with the square to sort of represent like where the toes kind of go, and then you sort of cap the back like so. Well, that's the thing about art anatomy books. You don't need to actually read the words. They have pictures. There's like step-by-step pictures. It's like Lego instructions. They transcend language. Okay, what is going on with this music? Oh, I see. Accidentally went into dark ambience. Okay, let's... Goodness, did I already go through most of Micromecha's discography? I hope not. Let's do... Yeah, here we go. I mean, yeah, basically, they're walking kazoos. Also, I saw one video that says to draw feet like you would teeth. And when they mean that, they don't mean like draw each individual toe, because like, all right, so if you draw teeth, it always looks like really wrong if you try to draw teeth like this. Like, it looks fucking creepy, Especially if you like add the gums. Like, it looks creepy. That's a smile of someone who's going to wear my skin. However, you just have to suggest that the teeth are there, and your mind fills in all the blanks. Look at that. That is, well, let's be honest. That's probably the smile of someone having a complete and total nervous breakdown. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so feet are kind of the same, where you just kind of have to, once you mark where the big toe is, you just have to kind of just suggest where the others are, and you kind of just fill in the blanks, you know? Personally, in this day and age, put those grippers away. All right, I keep on getting distracted here. So, I'm just gonna quickly. Ooh, actually, this is a wide stance. Calf needs to go on the outside, then we'll just do that. Suggest the knee on that side. Suggest the knee on this side. Yeah, what is up with Smith? Like, what is up with Smith Shimano Corpo's like mechs having like weirdly like highly engineered grippers? Like, what is up with that? Not even Ava's had toes like that. You know what? I think I know where I messed up here. Because the knee is actually up here. Alright, again, I'm going to give this one. Alright, I'm going to give this sort of like a... I'm kind of going sort of... I'm kind of taking like some inspiration from like Persona with how they pose their... How they... Like, because if you know some like Persona poses, they're static, but they have like a lot of like dynamic elements to them. Is a C mech so good if you're not an ace you'd want to smash? Mech thighs save lives. Honestly, valid. Okay, and then we're going to do... Okay, I'm just gonna put the ears in for now. Oh, and actually, let's double check how that nose is, because that's... I want to try to preserve as much of like the core design features of the character as possible. There we go. Like, yeah, I'm drawing it in my art style, but like, this is still someone's character, and someone else has like also put in. Well, I didn't really need to do the ears because they got okay. Anyways, let's check the shape. Okay, so it's going to be a bit more of a rounder, kinder. Gentle face. There we go. Shadow on the neck. There we are. All right, and then let's... The creature... Let's have them kind of like... Let's have this little creature like squish over this way. Let's make them a friendly little shoulder bean. There we go. And I'm gonna curl this little hair thing, this huggy. Gonna curl that one back. Okay, this is gonna be... Just gonna curl some fingers, just sort of give the idea of head scritches. I know I use that turn of phrase a lot, just selling the idea, but that's, you know, like... Drawing art, it's all illusion crafting. It's all just like weird lines and smears on a panel. It's our brains that trick us into thinking they're like real people and creatures and such. There we go. All right, so yeah, that's the main pose all taken care of here. I mean, Terry Pratchett said it best. Magic is just knowing one extra step than the other person. we go. Okay, so I noticed the sleeves are unbuttoned there. So I'm going to exaggerate that a little. So first off, I'm going to get the volume of the arm set in. There we go. Got the volume of the arm all set in. I may have made the bean a little too small, but again, it's just sort of like selling the idea. I could always instead sort of modify the pose to sort of imply that they're kind of like hanging off. You know what? I'll do that. Yeah. They're kind of just like hanging off of the arm. And then I can have the legs kind of just... There we go. There we go. I'm just going to quickly put the rough design on the belly right there, just so I can kind of figure out where that is later. Let's get the little flowy, ethereal, wispy flame hair all there. No, I can do better than that. Hold on. There we go. And I'm gonna have the tail kind of like wrap around the arm, just sort of have like that little bit of like interactivity. Brings the pose together. And it's not that wide of a brim. It's actually more of a trilby than like fedora. Which makes sense because the trilby for a while. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, and then the hair kind of swoops over this way, and then it swoops over the other way. There we go. And once we get the hair kind of figured out here, oh yeah, let's hang on. Let me pull up my Discord again. Let's see. Or was it there? Oh, no, probably wasn't. Yeah, like, I know it's a real hat. Like, it looks like... It does look like a... It looks like a slightly less wide-brimmed fedora. Like, it, you know, from that same, like, family of hats. It's just drawing hats is very difficult, especially if you're trying to, like, get at an angle. Hats want to do their own thing. Okay, and then if I block out, because this is where it's gonna fold over there. So if there we go. There we go. And then I'm trying to make this extra swoopy. Like, I'm trying to preserve as much of your original design as possible. Just kind of trying to, like, add some little flourishes here and there. So hair is, yeah, hair can be tricky if you don't plan ahead. Like, even I have decided to, cause like this is very dangerous. I can go into a side tangent about how to draw hair. I really could. I really could.
Hyperfixations will be the death of you.
They absolutely will. Well, if you insist, since you're twisting my arm here. All right, so I'll go ahead and tell you how to draw hair. Okay, so there are many ways to draw hair. For example, I'm just going to do some very quick, I'm going to do some very quick heads here. So, with hair, you kind of want to first decide what kind of vibe you want to go for with the hair, because hair speaks volumes of personality. It's like hair is the one part of the human body that everyone kind of gets to have a full say on, and they have a preference to how they wear it. Like, for example, my long, luscious locks. Okay, so I'm going to just quickly... I'm just going to quickly just throw on some quick faces here. Not even going to worry about the kind of eyes. So, gonna throw an ear. Don't mind me just casually, just quickly drawing entire heads just for the sake of a quick rant here. Okay, so when it comes to drawing hair, there are many ways to do it. Long hair is a little tricky because long hair has a pattern to it, but we'll tackle long hair last. Let's start short. Let's start with short hair first. So, one of the first things you need to figure out is one, the hairline. Now, one thing that I should probably state is people have way more forehead than you think. Like hairlines, like so like in terms of heads, like this section right down here is where most of the face happens, and this section right here is the forehead. And then this little bit right here ends up being like the actual hairline. Like, people got forehead. Like, you can pretty much almost fit an entire hand on this bit right here with a little bit of overlap in the hair. Like, there's space. So with that in mind, you need to first determine what the hairline is. And then you need to determine where the hair is going to part, if there is going to be a part. So like, say for example, we part the hair on the side here. This little line is where you want all of your strands of hair to sort of flow out of. So, say for example, let's say for example they have a little bit of this going on, and then a little bit of this going on. And then from there, if you want to stop there, boom, you have someone with an undercut. If you want to keep going, then you start from the other side. And then you bring this around, and then you sort of have hair kind of come out from here. If you want to add some extra volume, you don't need to actually do this to add volume, by the way. Some people do. I personally don't, because there's a lot that can go wrong if you just like add strands here. But you can basically sort of suggest volume by just like having strands kind of come out, and then like so. And you don't need to draw like every strand of hair. Like it becomes visual noise at that point. I knew someone who proudly said with their whole chest that they drew every single strand of hair. I've known multiple people that have said that. And while yes, it does look good with texture and all of that, it doesn't work out. You just want to group the hair. You want to be able to group bits of hair here and there. Like you basically still want to focus on the general like outline, you know, because silhouettes are everything. But yeah, you basically pick a point, go from there. If their hair doesn't part in any way, so if they just have like a big mass of hair somewhere, right? What you can do instead is pick a point, and then have that point swirl outwards. So let's say this is our point here, and this is where the hair is going to swirl outwards. So we'll still have like, say, we'll still have like the hair over on this side kind of like do its own kind of thing, right? But then once it gets to this point, that's where it starts to kind of like, this is a bad example, but like it's there's some intentionality behind it, essentially. So if we swirl this out, yeah. So personally, this bit, I think this method works better if you're drawing characters from behind, because 9 times out of 10, this point is not going to be visible. If you are going to use this method, just decide where, like, on the back of their head it is, because you have to, like, it's hard at first to, like, think of things as 3D shapes. That's a skill that requires development. And then you'll just kind of, like, find the more you do it, the less you think about it. Yeah, and this is mostly just for like shorter hair, you know, or like medium length hair. Also, when you're drawing the hair, do not have it touch the scalp, because hair has volume. It floofs up. Unless you are this poor fucker right here. Yeah, so determine the hairline, determine the part. Longer hair is a little tricky because long hair has a rhythm. It kind of goes boom, 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 so on and so forth. And just from that, you get long strands of hair. And long hair is just basically layering up these, so you kind of get something along the lines of, let's try it with this. Long hair is like drawing ribbons, essentially. All long hair is gangle. You also have to keep in mind where a lot of the volume goes, if that makes sense. Like, and if you notice, I'm not drawing like each individual strand. I'm bunching them up in like big recognizable shapes. Now, there are some hairstyles that do not work. Like, for example, if someone has like a crazy bit of like, I'm trying to think of like a good example. So let's say someone has like crazy ass hair like this, and suddenly you want to like, you decide to throw on like one of you decide to throw on like, I don't know, the big hair loop things where they're like this. And then when you're doing that, you also want to throw in like one of you want to throw in like a big ol' wolf tail or whatever. Hold on, let's make that a little bit bigger. I know it's kind of like the shit posty kind of example, but all right. One thing, where the fuck did all of this come from? This is short hair. And like, hair is bunched up. Like, if you have long hair, if you try to like bunch it up in certain ways, you start to quickly realize you don't have enough hair for wild hairstyles. So you also have to like keep in mind how much hair someone has. So like, say for example, we put the part in the middle here. If you're going to give someone like, if you're going to give someone like the Chun-Li buns, you're going to have to be prepared to draw hair that kind of bunches out like that and sort of like spider webs out from the buns. Because, hey, guess what? These buns, they're the points we were talking about. If you give a character like, say, if you give a character like a ponytail, you're going to have to sort of figure out what parts of the hair is going into the ponytail. And what part of the hair is going to be basically hanging free. So like, if we get rid of this little bit right here, just sort of better show the example I'm kind of given. It's kind of a mess. Hold on. You know what? I'll just draw another head. There we go. Another head right there. So if we go into, say, if we want to give a character a ponytail, again, hairline, and you kind of want to figure out where the hair is going to part. Depending on where the hair parts will depend on what kind of ponytail. So if we have it part in the middle, you kind of get like this single kind of ponytail, but you also get like opportunities for like strands like this to happen while everything else gets tied back. However, if you do it more like the lines are here and here-ish, then suddenly you get this kind of ponytail where you get like a nice fluff on the top that gets pulled back along with the rest of the hair. And again, these also have opportunities for single strands poking out. But yeah, that's my little tangent about hair. Any questions? My god, I'm going to have so many YouTube shorts to get out of this entire VOD. Anyways. That has been... yeah, so that has been that little talk there. So anyways, yeah, back to this. Hey, sometimes taking the bait leads to good content. There we go. Yeah, this has been my art talk. I have been your teacher, Sifu Sunny. All right. So, anyways, let's get these boots here. So these, let's quickly just get these set up here, because the moment we get the boots down, the rest will kind of work out a little bit. So I noticed they use the traditional this little notch seam that's on most like riding boots. You can find them on most cowboy boots, any kind of equestrian boot, basically any tall boot. Sometimes they're even on rain boots. Sometimes they have like a little patch on the back. It's a very classical pattern. Even Star Trek boots had this kind of setup here. So like Star Trek boots, especially original series Star Trek boots, I was very normal about my Star Trek cosplay. The holy grail of original series Star Trek cosplay is good custom boots. Because... is that what they're called? The cavalry spikes? Yeah, so with Star Trek boots, they had this, they're kind of like this weird mixture of like a Cuban heel and a cowboy boot. But yeah, they had the cavalry spike, and then they had the heel patch in the back, and they were made out of like a soft calf leather. And they had a zipper on the inside, and they're pointed-toed as well. And they looked like this. Unless you were cosplaying as Captain Kirk, then it looked like this. Because you had to wear platform boots. Because his character was supposed to be just a few inches taller. There we go. Okay, so... just going to quickly get the silhouette of the chest on here. And then because this is because a lot of coats tend to be very thick with the fabric, they're not really going to conform to the shape of the breasts. Instead, they're going to mostly be kind of they're gonna come up kind of gradually, like so, and then sort of like slope over. Hey! Welcome to the stream, Lady Goo. I'm basically taking requests, and with this one, I will be almost caught up on the current requests that we have, which means more requests will be open up. And I'm also going into art tutorial tangents as well. So if you have any issues with anything art related, let me know, and I probably have a hyperfixation and a way to get past that issue. There we go. Here we go. All right, so now we're getting this on here. Okay, so we're gonna get the lapel on here there, and then let's see again. This is going to be a kind of like high neck. There we go. There we go. All right, and for this particular pose, instead of doing what I normally do and cheat at a closed fist, I'm going to show you how to cheat at an open hand. So first off, get your thumb and get your index finger placed in the piece. That thumb is a little bit too big, so we're just going to shrink that down, move that back a little bit. There we go. And then you have the middle finger, and then all the others right there. Just like that. Simple as that. Okay, so I am going to exaggerate this just a little bit. So I'm going to flare out the sleeve just to sort of push the silhouette a little bit. There we go. And then let's get rid of some of these underlying guidelines here. Here we go. You know, I realized how much of this art stream, because like the whole idea behind this art stream, right, was, oh yeah, that's a fair point. Hold on, let's further sell this illusion. That is a good point. Let's ever so slightly, so we'll bring it down like that, and then we'll curl the finger forward just a little bit. Another thing about fingers. A lot of people get hung up over the fact that we have 3 digits on each finger. So, you know, a finger being like 1, 2, 3. And people get caught up on this, and they want to go, okay, so that means they curl in 3 different... No, they don't. No, they don't. Curl your fingers and notice that you only really have conscious effort over your first, like, middle knuckle, like, right here. Oh, hold on, right here-ish. Right. Yeah, anyways. So whenever you actually curl your finger, you only really have conscious control over this knuckle right here. And the rest of the finger just kind of follows what this knuckle is doing. So you can break down fingers. Well, oh god, don't break down fingers. But you can simplify fingers. So instead of worrying about this, this, and this, you just have to worry about this. And trust me, I've been doing this entire time. This entire time. So if notice here, bend, or straight, bend. If you really wanted to sell the idea that the finger was bending even further, shading. Or you can just something like that for a finger, you know? The human body is both like the most complicated thing and also the easiest thing. It's complicated because you look at it and you go, how the fuck do I even start with this? And there we go. I just realized that your message got caught by the auto mod, so I went ahead and pushed it through. Apparently, finger in tagged it. I have been doing a bit better today, actually. There's honestly, sitting down and doing some artwork is very therapeutic. It's hard to be anxious about future employment prospects when there's just stuff to draw. There we go. So let's carve out some of this so we can actually see the rest of the form here. Now, it'd be a lot easier, right, if I did the sketch on one layer and then went over with another. However, we're playing this fast and loose. And honestly, I'm kind of skipping a few steps by just skipping from, like, going from the exploration phase to just drawing everything. So here's where I can show the actual... Here's where I can show the actual, like, thing I did with this sleeve right here. So I'm going to show the split right there, and again, just going to or actually no. So I will flare it out just ever so slightly, bring it in here, And then I will flare it out this way. There we go. And then let's sharpen this end as well. There we go. And then I'm going to have to get rid of some of these here so we can actually see these forms. There we go. But yes, Lady Goo. So basically what we're doing is I'm taking requests. So if you want to see me like draw anything, it could be something as it could be something as complex as an OC, or it could be something as simple as saying, "Hey, draw a cat in a top hat." Yeah, so I'm trying to basically partially distract myself from news I got from work, and mostly just take the plunge and just start drawing and making cool stuff. So essentially what I'm trying to do is try to push my Patreon, but I've been doing a really shitty job at pushing my Patreon. I'm gonna be totally real with you. Yeah, no worries, Dragon. Yeah, go save them. Go save them. Make sure they don't join Publix. Pubs are... Oh, yeah. No. Save them. Public Worlds and VR chat went from being terrible to no one there to terrible again. It's wild. Here we go. Just gonna do some quick shading here. I might clean this up further. Here we go. There we go. And then we'll... Let's do a second pass over here, just sort of darken it up a little bit more. And then let's get these buttons back out. There we go. Oh, and yeah, let's darken this up even further, just to sort of give a hint at the design in the back. There we go. Then we'll hit this with a light shade. If I say a light shade, we'll just hit it with some of that pencil shading, and then we'll just slightly darken up this bit right down here, just sort of suggest at the gradient. There we go. And then did I get... Oh, we need to... Actually, that entire tangent about how to draw hair, and I completely forgot to draw the hair. In fact, let's... There we go. And then... And just like that. All right. We got distracted on the way, but this one's done. Oh, yeah, Space Dandy Nelson. Here it is right here. It was a really good warm-up. Mechs are already very difficult to draw. That's why if you notice a lot of artists, when they are taking commissions, they'll say no mecha. But yeah, I gave him, I gave the mech the little dandy symbol and a booty crest. But yeah, so I say that is this one done. Let's clear some of that, and then let's go to... Yeah, so that's all for the major requests that we took at the beginning of the stream. So that was roughly like an hour and a half, 1 hour to an hour and a half per request, but that was mostly just well, actually, hang on, how many requests did we do here? So we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, no, less than that. Never mind. That was roughly 40 minutes to an hour per request. Oh yeah, no. I took some very intentional so I had a look, and I was able to basically tell that they were boots just by looking at them, because I saw the I saw basically the rider seam near the front. And the fact that there was like a back cap as well on the boot. And because I had a Star Trek hyperfixation for the longest time, I dissected the seams of boots trying to find a screen-accurate pair. Oh yeah, there's very specific seams that certain boots have. Because more often than not, a boot that has sort of like a high end here, even if it's like just a Chelsea boot, they will have this. Even if they don't have a zipper, a boot... Hold on, let me just do a quick little thing here. A boot will still have like that kind of seam. And then they will typically have like a little bit of leather right there, and then there'll be like a little end patch around the heel, and then they'll come up, and then there'll just be like this weird bit of elastic, which tends to be not as form-fitting and kind of annoying to take on and off. So yeah, with the zipper, out of curiosity, is the zipper on the inside, the outside, or is it on the back? Listen, I had to work in a shoe department, and I basically ever since I worked there, drawing footwear has been so much easier because I kind of understand how a lot of footwear is constructed. At least a lot of traditional footwear. Because I noticed some shoes will have like a kind of Oxford, like a classical Oxford look to them. So hold on, let me do another quick like blank shoe here. So like if it'll come down like so, sometimes shoes will have like this sort of traditional kind of look to them, where they still have like a tongue, but they have like this weird kind of patch where it's sort of like stitched here, and it's like stitched here on like this side as well. And it's like, and they have like these kind of, sometimes they'll be laced up like that, sometimes they'll be laced up like that. But like most shoes I've noticed have either a variation of this pattern or this pattern. Yeah, so zippers on the inside of the boot are actually fairly common, just because it's a lot easier to pull up a zipper from the inside of the leg than it is from the outside. It's like an ergonomics thing, because it's a whole lot less effort to lean forward and pull up a zipper than it is to like curl your leg out to the side and like reach down and pull up. Like, it uses different muscles, and people hate zippers on the outside. Like, if a zipper isn't on the inside, or if it isn't on the back, that person is trying to get you to like pull a muscle sooner rather than later. Yeah, see, there's multiple ways to do it. So anyways, while we're on the topic of boots, let me just quickly erase some of these messier lines here, and let's replace that with an actual zipper. So put the back cap on there, and then zip, just like that. And let's clean this up a little bit. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. I kind of figured when you were talking about having like the IRL like equivalents of each of them. That's typically like a persona thing that people tend to do. like for a good while, I used to depict myself. Oh yeah, I'll definitely post these on Blue Sky. Yeah, I'll probably clean them up sometime tomorrow, and I will post them as I clean them up because I still want to go in and hit them with ink. All right, so let's get rid of this impromptu hair tutorial. Anyone else have any requests? Any or just like anything that they've been struggling with art-wise that they would like a quick lesson on? Because wow. We've had some pretty good suggestions. I think the next one I will probably do, if no one has any suggestions, is going to be tackling this banana mech one more time. Now that I'm properly warmed up. Oh, yeah, let's have a look. Ooh. All right, I will pop it on. Would it be all right if I popped it on screen? It is your art. Cool. In that case, I will open up another folder and I will paste that here. There we go. All right. So, this is a really good design. I love the armor. Like, really, the only thing I've noticed is mostly anatomical stuff of proportions, and that's really about it. This is a very strong design. Like, hold on. So let's just quickly... Now, you'll have to understand that I'm very quick at drawing because I tortured myself making webtoons for a while. Do you know, that's valid. that is a very good reason. So I will just quickly... I'm just going to quickly block in some, like, base shapes here. I know it's not really a request, but, like, I'm kind of just laying down some quick foundations so I can show what I mean. And also, give some nice bit of knowledge on proportioning arms to the torso. This is a great teaching opportunity. I love these. So I'm just going to quickly just throw down some body. So I do love you went with the historical thing where so a lot of armor tends to be like wasp waist because everyone wanted that figure back then. It's kind of like a weird universal like beauty standard that's been around since like, oh, God knows how long. Here we go. Okay, so I'm just quickly popping down some all right, so actually before I even do that, so we have the torso, we have the hips. Yeah, this is a pretty good like example of like historical accuracy. I appreciate this like you wouldn't believe. This is a good design. Like anyways, so so one thing, arm length. Arm length and leg length. Very important stuff. So if we keep to having this leg be the load-bearing one, while this leg is all right. Hang on, I'm getting sidetracked here. Okay, so anyways, arm length. So one thing to note is, so this is when I go, this is going back to what I mentioned earlier about like everything being like associated with something else. So if I make a quick torso here, just making a quick torso, gonna quickly attach that on there. Okay, so these are some associations I have I've used so often that I don't even think about them anymore. So the upper arm, the elbow will be roughly near the bottom of the rib cage. If you actually like press your elbow against your side and just sort of mark where that is, you'll notice it kind of lands right near the lower end of your rib cage, give or take, maybe mid rib cage. It depends on how long your arms are, but the upper arm will kind of roughly be in this ballpark here. The lower arm including the hand, will be kind of at crotch level. Sometimes lower if you're going with slightly lankier proportions for the character, you know, just really pushing that they have long arms. Ideally, they should be able to. This is a funny way to think about it, but they should be able to comfortably cover themselves with their hand if they have a wardrobe malfunction. I just. That's. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no. just. Just looming there menacingly. Their stand, propane nightmare. But yeah, in terms of proportions for the arms, like the middle of the arm should be like right near the bottom of the rib cage, and then the hand should only come down. They can either be level with the crotch or slightly below the crotch. The thing is, they just need to be able to like comfortably cover themselves. If anything happens, that's like how you kind of think about the proportions. Oh my god, you're right. You're right. Josuke. All right, so with that in mind, let me just quickly place the shoulder. So, considering where the armor kind of comes inwards, anyway, that's like roughly that's roughly where the bottom of the rib cage would be. So you can have the arm sort of come down to here. And then right here. And then the arm can just come down just a little bit further, like so. Again, this is just like a quick and dirty example. And then because that arm is a little bit longer, they can effectively kill their enemies better because they have more reach. Like so. Yeah, and another thing, with it being level with the armpit, this is going to be a bit of a it's going to be a bit of an own, but like a lot of times men's nipples, they end up right there, kind of level with the armpit. Like so. Again, everything is associated with something else. Like the collarbones go into the shoulders. The shoulder sort of marks where the armpit is going to be. Nipples are kind of lined up with the armpit. The arm, the upper arm stops roughly near the bottom of the rib cage, and then the rest of the arm kind of comes down, and the hand just has to be positioned roughly level with like the hips and crotch. Sometimes down towards the thighs. Leg proportions. They're typically only slightly longer than the torso. So, like, say, for example, at least if you're going with realistic proportions, I should probably state that. If you're going to, like, push proportions for the sake of stylistic choice, you can break these rules. But it's good to, like, understand, like, the baseline. So the rule breaking is intentional, and you can take credit for it. So, like, a leg will be roughly that length. So the knee will typically be, like, halfway down there, and then you can kind of just sort of eyeball where the ankle goes from there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the fundamentals absolutely allow you to go crazy with where, you know, with just how wild you can get. And I, like, don't get me wrong, I'm no master by any means. I don't have a full grasp of all of the fundamentals. I'm still struggling with perspective. Perspective is my Achilles heel. And that's, like, one of, like, the basic fundamentals. But, like, I found drawing people more fun than drawing objects and things and like backgrounds. So because I struggle really hard with the ADH demons, I ended up going all in on figure drawing, and I kind of just screwed up and not learned how to, like, draw environments. But yeah, this is a really strong design. Like, I can just imagine the dodge rolling. That being said, this figure reminds me of, like, all right. So the scene I have in my head, right? So I'm just gonna create, like, a little thumbnail frame here. So the scene I have in my head for this night is, like, you're you're coming up to like a mountain pass, right? Hold on, I'm just gonna quickly figure out. So like you come up to a mountain pass, and there's like a trail that leads off to the side, and the other side is just like this sheer drop. And yeah, there we go. And then yeah, so the other side is just like this sheer drop, and you kind of just like see some like happy little mountains just like off in the distance there. Just some happy little mountains. But yeah, just this sheer fucking drop. And the only person standing in your way is just this one-armed knight. And he's casting a long shadow. And he simply states, "None shall pass." There we go. That's kind of the vibe I get from him. He's been through hell. But he refuses to die. Yeah, no, I get distracted super hard with side tangents. Listen, I'm an artist to my core, right? I love big stompy robots, but I love art. I love storytelling. I love drawing. Like, this is like I just made in like 5 minutes a tiny little like scene for a character I don't even know the name to, that I have just been introduced to, like, within the past 15 minutes. Yeah, this turned into like an anatomy tangent with like proportions and such, and it's turned into like, you dare approach. Okay. So, does anyone else have any like questions or want to try to trigger any more tangents? Because listen, I could talk about this shit all day. I'm just a mech pilot with a canvas. A canvas in a dream. Sometimes when you let go of perfection and just say, fuck it, we ball, that's when your strongest work can come out. Because you're... Oh, yeah! This isn't a lore thing, by the way. I was literally... I was raised by wolves. For, like, the first 3 or 4 years of my life. They were actually a, so my family had Alaskan timber wolves. Yeah, so my parents had Alaskan timber wolves, and they basically sold plants for a living, so they were always constantly busy with like maintaining and growing plants and such. And I essentially, whilst I was just but a wee, just a tiny little kid, like I was just forming memories. These two wolves were named Aso and Damit, and essentially they had like a bunch of wolf pups, and for like the longest time, my parents would like essentially leave me with these wolves for like long periods, because like my dad raised these wolves when they were like small puppies, so as far as they were concerned, I was just a part of that little pack. And because they sold a lot of plants like on the property, it was also an extra means to like keep me safe, because whenever strangers got near me, those wolves would swarm. Unfortunately, I also end up also passed from heartworms from drinking some really bad still water. Yeah, black water is very dangerous stuff out in the rural countryside. And the pups were eventually given away. Like it sounds way more impressive out of context than with context, but effectively raised by wolves for the first few years. Yeah, no, and wolves are very intelligent. Like more intelligent than, well, I don't want to say more intelligent than most dogs. They're a different kind of intelligent. A dog will yeah, I was raised by civilized wolves. Yeah. Yeah, they're an understanding kind of smart. Um and the fences that my dad built, they were very high. Um and those fences were just to keep the other dogs uh out. Because if these wolves wanted to get out, they will get out. They could jump over it. They have jumped over it. uh like a really early story I was told was a neighbor's dog kept on like barking at Osso, and like Osso like gave like one warning bark, and the tiny dog just kept like barking and barking, and then so Osso gave like another warning, and then the dog just kept barking, so then like Osso just like just trotted down towards like the length of like the runway, and then just ran back, hopped over, and all you heard was "Arr, arr, arr, aye!" And this wolf just like pounced onto this dog. And yeah, that kind of set the entire tone for that particular that particular animal. They really are. To quote Ron Swanson, I guess it's more of a paraphrase. Small dogs are just cats, and cats are useless. But yeah, tiny dogs. They will bark at anything. Even things that are 10 times bigger than them. It's kind of admirable. It's very admirable in a way. So yeah. That's my raised by wolves story. It's not nearly as impressive as it sounds on paper, but it's a thing. Like, I understand barking to anything that bothers you, but it's definitely dead meat the moment anything more extreme than a home invasion happens. So yeah. Good God, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. Does anyone else have like any... Does anyone else have like any kind of like requests and such? Yeah, by all means. Like there's no like set rules here. We're kind of just playing fast and loose, and honestly, this has been a really good exercise because I got to draw a bunch of things that were outside of my comfort zone. And some things that were in my comfort zone. I really do need to draw more. Let's have a look here. That is a good dog. That is a good dog. Look at that dog. That is a good dog. Good dog. In fact, that dog's gonna go right there for morale. Oh. Ooh, hold on. Okay. That is a pretty cool design. Like, I love the fact that it's a more ghostly version of the baseline design. Hold on. Let's find a spot for. Let's find a spot for you. We'll put you right there. All right. Also, I love the little companions that this character has. Like, that is such a good ghost design. Okay. You know, this ghost is kind of reminding me of like just like the whole energy this ghost is giving off kind of reminds me of like Dora from Hades 2. Let's see. I'm gonna draw the little ghost. I'm drawing the little ghost. I'm drawing the little ghost. go. Gonna draw a little hair wisp. There we go. Very chill vibes. There we go. Hey, welcome back, Drowberry. Oh, we got quite a bit done. Oh yeah, let's have a look at the secondary link. Oh! Oh wait, I just had an idea. I just had an idea. All right. So keeping that there, let's do. In fact, I'm going to do the. Hold on. Let's pick that color. Pick that color. All right. Actually, before I do that, that's probably should be a safe idea if I just here we go. There. There we go. There we go. Just that design gives me the entire vibe of like the moment you do something embarrassing and you think no one is watching and you turn around and there's this ghost right there, saw everything and is about to go and tell everybody. And she's right next to our other design, so it all works out. Now that ghost design, that's a really good design. That's a really good design. Like, it's small, it's very memorable, it's like, it's super, like, it's a very iconic look. So, yeah. Whew, okay. So, I think this has been very, very successful. At least in terms of just like just drawing a bunch of stuff. But yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just drop some links in the chat real quick. So where is it? Ah, here we go. So if you're not in the Discord already, oh, since we have the banana for scale, oh, so the banana scaled pretty big. What is the biggest thing? I think the biggest thing would probably have been the, I want to say it's the Nelson with the pompadour. Those things are massive. I think the closest second would be, oh, hold on. Tragically, I'm going to have to move this dog out of the way. Where is the other? Oh, here we go. The second biggest, I would say, would be the Kitsunator. Because the Kitsunator was, like, stupid tall. Like, 13... Like, I think it was, like, 13 and a half feet tall. That's ludicrous scale. I'm also going to move this design over here. There we go. There we go. Okay, so yeah, because like with the Kitsunatar, this one was a pretty tricky one. I had to do this one like pretty much. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, lasso tool. I had to do this one. I had to do this one on the fly. And for context, I believe this guy was 410. So yeah. If you want to join the Sunny Mecha Discord, there's a link for it right there if you're not already in. And if you'd like to see more of, you know, stuff like this, I do have a Patreon on top of the call feed that has been posted all throughout this stream, which I'm going to post right here. And let's see. And if you haven't seen any of my YouTube, I talk about Lancer and all sorts of goodies. So, and just about anything that's Big Stompy Robot, which is there as well. So let's just, because I have been drawing for a little over 6.5 hours. It is midnight. Let's swing back to just chatting. Oh God, where did I go? Oh, right. Yeah, it does that. Okay. Let's whoop. Oh. There we go. And there we go. There we go. All right. Now where's the chat box? Ooh, I may have to add a new chat box. Is that one working? Oh, who's to say? Everything about this is borked. So yeah, let's go ahead and get that music a little bit quieter. So yeah, we've been at this for about 6.5 hours, and I think I got. Honestly, this may have been the push I needed to get out of my art block. If I'm, this was good. This was good. This was great. Loved this. So, if you would like to tune back in, I will be streaming right around the same time. Well, I say the same time. So it's about 6 p.m. British Standard Time or 12 p.m. Central, roughly. Really depends. And I stream every Sunday. This was just more of like kind of an emergency stream because I am trying to basically fundraise to get out of retail in general because I might be losing my job. Woo! So with that, I guess all I can really say is keep piloting those stompy robots, and until next time, I'll catch you around. Oh, I should probably find someone to raid first. Raiding is important. Raiding is very important. Who's live? Who is live at the moment? Hold on. doth live. Let's find... You know what? Since we were here on an art stream, let's see who's streaming an art. Oh my god, there's a New Year's marathon with Bob Ross. Oh, Bob Ross New Year's marathon. Wait, hang on. There's always a Bob Ross marathon. That's the whole point of the Bob Ross channel. It's one big marathon. Let's see. Oh, who to rate? This is a tough one. Let's see here. Let's find... Oh, wow. Actually, I might have lost who to pick here. There's too many choices. Analysis paralysis is real, folks. Okay. Oh. Oh, hang on. Just from the thumbnail, that looks like that has some pretty good simplification. Oh, I gotta see this. I gotta see this. Okay. Let's see. All right, we are going to be rating... We are going to be rating Romanis, who is actually also doing an art stream. And the way she is simplifying these forms is actually kind of hypnotic. I have an art hyperfixation, can you tell? So... Let's see. It's slash raid to raid, right?
Yep.
Cool.
It is /red. And then make sure that you type the username correctly, because even just one typo will send you somewhere else. So I always be safe than sorry, and I always just copy the username.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to be raiding into another art stream here. Oh yeah, don't you worry. I have tomorrow off. I'm definitely going to be posting those doodles, especially in the Discord and on Blue Sky. I'm basically going to post both the sketch and also the inked versions of these doodles. This has been a lot of fun. I love this. On Sunday, I'm going to be streaming some mecha games, maybe doing a little bit of maybe do a little bit of artwork just to warm up. I might be doing more art streams just because I really do need to get some kind of income from creative endeavors coming in, because I don't know how reliable my current employment is going to be anymore. So until next time, I'll catch you around. Oh. Oh, and it's follower only for the chat. So if you want to participate, you gotta follow. Anyways, this is gonna be the third time I'm saying this, so I'll catch you guys around. I'll be in the Discord.